Hi, Randy. Hi, Scott.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi.
Hey, Randy, Scott, Brandon.
Hi, good evening.
How are you?
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Brandon, mind if I make you a co-host?
Sure, no problem.
Thanks. Scott, are you okay with being our trusty timer today?
Sure.
Hi, all.
Do that.
Hello,
Ken.
hello. Nice to see everyone.
Hi, Jeff.
Hi.
Are we doing 1 minute or 2 minutes?
We're going to do 1 minute tonight, given the length of our agenda, although there are going to be some last minute changes. A couple committees are punting until the next meeting.
Doing a sound check here. You hear that?
Yep.
Okay, very
Hear
good.
it.
Okay, that works. Okay. So I think we actually do have a quorum, but we'll wait another minute or two. Let me just check my phone and see if I have messages here. I don't see anyone else at the moment, so
I think we already have a raised hand.
I see Lana. Yeah, let's just see what's. Oh, she put her hand down. Put her hand up. Put her hand down. Put her hand up. Hi, Lana. Go ahead.
Anyone else? Sorry, did anyone else have trouble clicking through on the minutes?
Yes, minutes that were on the calendar.
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't. Yeah, I had trouble.
Oh, they
I
did
was
not
confused.
open?
They
I
opened.
was- yeah.
They opened for me, but maybe they were a time-sensitive Google Doc.
Oh, really?
I
Okay.
don't know. Sometimes on Google Docs it's time-sensitive. I remember it wasn't a PDF; it was actually on Google Drive.
Huh.
So maybe there was a
Let me
time-sensitive.
see. I'm trying to open it now. I'm
Let
seeing
me
if it's
copy
opening.
the link and see if it goes through.
Oh, that's
that
weird. So it just opened on my end. But if other
Oh,
people
it
had
did?
an
So
issue,
it's me.
if other people had an issue opening it, then we can table it.
On the calendar for board meeting agendas and minutes meeting, the third entry, it's not working.
Oh, I see. What about through the agenda?
The agenda's fine.
Oh, okay.
Just
Great, thanks, Adam.
the minutes I
Yeah.
wasn't able to get through.
So Randy, I just want to say hi. I'm here, and
Yep.
if you need a report, you just call on me when you're ready.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I did see your text. Sorry, it's always a little bit
I
of
know.
a steeplechase around here with getting kids to bed prior to a meeting. Okay. Let us. Oh, there's Abby.
We have a quorum now.
Okay. So let's. Let me just take one more quick glance. Okay. Brandon or Scott, if you happen to see any other board members pop in.
Right.
you
Keep
can
an eye on attendees.
Keep an eye, thank you, and let them in. Barry, yes, I see you. Thank you very much. And then, oh, there's Karen. And then
Boom.
Scott, I'll make you a co-host as well.
Thank you.
That way, if we have any internet issues. Okay. Well, hi everyone. We'll get the ball rolling. We'll call this meeting to order at 7:03. And if we can call the roll, please.
Hey. Kim Clements,
Here.
Randall Freed,
Here.
Ira Gold. Not present just yet. Jeff Hartwick,
Here.
JJ Hoffman.
He is going to be absent tonight.
Okay. Julie Houlihan,
Here.
Lisa Karajian,
Here.
Laura Corian. No, absent. We're not here yet. Scott Mandel,
Present.
me, present. Richard Niederberg,
Here.
Karen Sorrow,
Here.
Andrew Silver.
Hmm.
Not here just yet.
You won't be here.
He will not be here.
No.
Adam Summers,
I'll explain that in a minute.
Abigail Velasco,
Present.
present. All right, we have a quorum.
Great. Hi, everyone. It's so nice to see everyone. I know last month we did not meet, so it's been a little bit of time since we've seen each other, at least virtually. So it actually is very nice to see all of you. I'll hop right to it. Actually, first, if we can, without objection, approval of the August meeting minutes.
Second.
Seeing none. Minutes are approved. Once again, I want to mention that we still have, so I do see that there are a handful of attendees. Some of you I've noticed were on, for example, last week, and others are regulars. So if you feel like you'd like to get involved and take one step further, we have a vacant seat that has been vacant. It's our independent contractor or employee seat. So if you happen to own a business that is registered to an address here in Studio City, or you're an employee of a business located in Studio City, and you're interested in your local grassroots government, we'd love to have you, number one. Number two, although it's not agendized, and it will be next month, I will let everyone know, Andrew Silver has resigned from the SCNC board. His resignation is related to the fact that he opted to not remain on the board because I would not force a committee chair to accept him on a committee. And he felt that that was evidence of us as a body not taking the issue of homelessness seriously, which isn't true. I know that it impacts all of us, although we may not agree on every issue. We do take it seriously, and it's one of the reasons why at the time I had appointed, and I still have full faith in Luis Oliart, who's a former lead outreach worker for NoHo Home Alliance, the very organization that Andrew is the president of. So I feel that it's unfortunate he made that decision, but it's his decision to make. So we now also have a vacant residential homeowner seat. So if you're watching and you are a homeowner and you are interested in the Studio City Neighborhood Council, your voice matters. We'd love to hear you. You can send a letter of interest to the board. So it would be board at SCNC, board at studiocitync.org. You can go to our website, studiocitync.org, send us a message there or through our secretary. Also, I just want to make mention, I'm happy to report that courtesy of numerous of law enforcement agencies, the board member who was receiving mailed threats, we were able to, law enforcement was able to identify who the person was, or highly likely who the individual was engaging in criminal acts. I think that has been put to bed, I believe, and I hope, for the sake of, first and foremost, the board member and their family, and as well as for that person, hopefully we'll make some better choices. And then lastly, I know I'll just mention that I did send out a special meeting agenda for tomorrow at 5:15. I realize I was a little later than my initial email. I recognize some of you can't make it. However, if we can get to 7 people, then we'll have a quorum. We can talk about it. I think that, so there was in eBlast, I had mentioned the importance of the redistricting. There was a complaint filed by a Studio City resident saying that I was abusing my authority and inappropriately utilizing city funds because I was advocating for a position, though I wasn't, other than be active, in my opinion. I mean, the advice of the city attorney was to kind of lay off of agendizing real robust discussion about redistricting until there was actually a map. There is a map now. It's being voted on tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. And I think it's worth our input. So hopefully, yeah, I see hands up. Is that, anyway, go ahead, jump right
Was
in.
was there a K and an L map? Are there 2 maps or just one?
The primary map, that's the one there, it looks like they're recommending, is K 2.5, which would lump Studio City in with CD4.
I saw one that had an L as well. That was Studio Sherman Oaks.
Basically, it's creating a district that runs along the foot of the mountain in the valley. We can dig into that tomorrow. Whether you agree with the motion that I proposed, we can change it. But it's so everyone knows the process. The commission will vote on this on their final map tomorrow night. They will then issue a report on their findings to the city council. So after that, there'll be another opportunity for us to voice an opinion, and I'm hoping, and I will definitely. So I'm going to talk to Lisa Karajian, and we'll talk about what she thinks, and all of us what we think is the best way for us to really get public input on how to respond once it's up for the city council, because of course the city council will vote, and they can vote it up or they can vote it down. And that is my announcements. Okay, so we have public comments on non-agenda items. If you are interested in making a public comment on non-agenda item. I almost forgot. There is a event. Actually, you probably have it on the top of your. Sorry, guys, I'm doing 2 computers at once. Where is it? Okay, sorry. My last part of my presidential announcement is that we have a joint event with the LA Library, Jane Russell, the Ultimate Valley Girl, Thursday, October 21st, tomorrow night at 6:30 p.m. It's a virtual event. We're proud to be co-hosting and presenting this with the Studio City branch of the LA City Library. For more information, you can either check out the LA City Library Studio City branch calendar for more info, or you can go to our website, Lisa Karajian.
So, sorry to bounce it right back to redistricting, if I may.
Yeah.
So can we introduce a subsequent need item for a motion and a vote?
You mean tonight?
Yeah, because it is a regular meeting. There are members here. We only need 2/3 of members to determine immediate action, and
That's true.
the need has become apparent after the agenda was posted. So instead of, I mean, it's totally up to you. I'm just putting it out there.
No, I mean, I think it's actually a great idea. Gibson is actually on the line and can chime in. Because I'm all for that. At the same time, I feel like we can end up getting. We can get into the weeds. I think it deserves a robust conversation. So I don't know, Gibson.
Yes.
Thoughts?
I don't have a good answer right now. I think we could definitely require some follow-up.
Okay, so that then would be, I guess, a no, because she's talking about immediate action for this evening. Okay, so
can you say that again? Sorry, I was looking at your agenda.
So 2/3. Go ahead, Lisa. Can you give that a
the subsequent need item
Mhm.
will be introduced on the floor for a motion and a vote, because it's just a need, right? It's a need item where board members may act on an item, not on an agenda.
I think bringing a motion that's not on the agenda is also a Brown Act violation because it's not posted on the agenda, is it?
Yes, but it's called a subsequent need item because you can have that item on the floor for a motion if it's a regular meeting. 2/3 of the members have determined immediate action is needed. So we would collectively actually discuss and vote and talk about is.
But is the agenda on the item? Is it detailed on the agenda that we're using
No.
for today's meeting?
Well, we could write up a motion.
That becomes a problem because the Brown Act supersedes Robert's Rules of Order, because per the Brown Act, any agenda item has to be detailed. I mean, any item for discussion, any motion that's going to be voted on by the board has to be on the agenda for discussion.
I think this is part of the Brown Act, but I'll let you have it. It's okay. All right, you're gonna look into it tomorrow, though.
Not a problem. And if I'm wrong, I'll definitely accept that I'm wrong. But in this situation, because it's not detailed on the agenda, I would advise completely against it.
Sure. Just thought I'd put it out
No,
there.
I appreciate it.
I do appreciate it. Okay, so
Really quickly, what Gibson, our other neighborhood councils doing? I know there's no collaborative effort, but do you have any idea what the best course of action is for us to be effective?
In terms of what, discussing a motion?
Well, in terms of having any influence on this redistricting. I know every neighborhood council is probably addressing it if they're affected by it. However, I'd be curious to see if there's a collaborative action that we could take between neighborhood councils that would be more effective than.
I can answer that in my government report, but the most effective tool has been
public comment.
Public comment. Public comment if the board takes action, because it's going to be
Point of
city
information,
action.
I was looking at the redistricting meeting a couple days ago, and if we file a CIS, we can request to actually speak at those meetings. So we file a CIS, then they'll allow us to speak at the redistricting meeting for whatever position we have.
Well, I think this is all great for tomorrow, right, Randy?
Yep, that's why. Okay, so without getting into further conversation, since that's not an agenda item, I do want to move to public comment on agenda item number 4, public comment on non-agenda items within the board's jurisdiction. Scott, hopefully you have your trusty timer. Given the number of attendees and our agenda, public comment will be for 1 minute. First speaker will be Peter Cole. Please go ahead.
There. I'll try to be brief. Great news on Andrew Silver's resignation. I feel his participation has been counterproductive, to say the least. And the Homeless Committee is really taking shape nicely with Luis as chair. And wanted to thank you, Randy, for fixing all the hyperlinks that I called your attention to. Much appreciated. And lastly, I'm asking about a time frame for the forming of the Sportsman's Apartments Ad Hoc Committee. I contacted Lisa Karajian the other day after the meeting about the ad hoc and have not heard back. And yes, I'm eager to serve. Perhaps I need to ask my postman if he has a letter for me about the ad hoc. Thank you.
Vicky Nussbaum, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Vicky Nussbaum, and I just wanted to introduce myself to you guys. I don't know all of you, and you probably don't know me. I'm the executive director of the Studio City Business Improvement District. And for those of you who don't know, the Business Improvement District runs on Ventura Boulevard. Our eastern border is Carpenter, and our western border is Coldwater. So we run from Ventura, from Carpenter to Coldwater. And we also incorporate a little bit of Laurel Canyon, just north and south of Ventura, and Ventura Place, where the farmers market takes place. And the Studio City Business District is a nonprofit that is funded exclusively through property taxes paid by the commercial property owners in the district. And our budget is a little over $400,000 a year, and we focus primarily on what I call clean, safe, and beautiful. We clean, that we have a day porter 7 days a week sweeping sweeping the gutters on Ventura Boulevard and our sidewalks. We empty over 100 trash cans in the district. We power wash sidewalks. Beautiful includes landscaping of all the medians in the district on Laurel Canyon and Ventura Boulevard and some of the gardens near Ventura Place. And we just planted a new garden at the Fairway on Ventura and Fairway. We also trimmed the trees. And safe is that we have a new safety patrol that just started. I actually connected with Luis and he gave me some flyers so our patrol can hand them out to people in need in the district. And that patrol is working from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. 7 days a week. And Randy knows me, he knows how to get in touch with me. I really just wanted to introduce myself to you and let all of you know that we exist. And I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vicki. Barry Johnson, go ahead.
Hi, it's Barry. I just want to say I extensively attended all the meetings for redistricting 10 years ago, and we are beyond the point in time for sending a motion to the redistricting commission for making any changes. At this point in time, our only hope is the fact that the council votes on this, and not only can they vote it up or down, they can make changes to how they want and did so 10 years ago and vote that in. So at this point in time, our only hope for keeping the CD2 that we have and got 10 years ago, you know, without having stretching all the way to Sunland to Hunga, is through Paul Krikorian and probably CD4's Nithya and others changing this mess that they have created in the valley. It's just, I look at it from 10 years ago and I just want to cry. I'm just like, all the work from 10 years ago down the drain. So, you know, it's too late for emotion. Thank you.
Thank you. Phone number ending in 713.
Hi, this is Ruth, your ruthless neighbor. I just wanted to say that no one consulted with me at all about the homelessness committee ever. And I know you guys don't care what I think because I'm just your homeless constituent, but you know, it's really hurtful when you guys like say that something is good for the homelessness committee, or like when you guys don't have any input from the homeless population of Studio City. There's 211 of us. I've been here since there was 39 of us. None of us gave input, none of us participate except for me. It's not a safe or welcoming environment for us. And it's really hurtful when you guys are making motions like 4118D in support of banning us from places. We didn't do anything. You know, we're just existing. Like, we're literally just taking up space because we exist in bodies that take up space. And it's really hurtful when there's conversations going on about banning us from schools, banning us from libraries. I was a homeless child. I was homeless when I was 13. You know, what do you think that does to homeless kids or kids who may become homeless later? It's messed up and no one's listening to us. There's almost 42,000 homeless people in Los Angeles City. And, you know, no one talks to us or communicates with us about these things. Thank you.
Your time has expired. I think this is Adele. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Adele Slaughter. I went on to the Brown Act, just so you know, and found that particular caveat, if you will. And you can add an agenda item. Oh, I just sent it to you, Randy, in an email, sorry. And I lost my place. You can add an agenda item if 2/3 of the people on the board vote to do so. If it came to your attention after the agenda was posted, that's part of the Brown Act rules. So I just sent it to you, Randy, on your email, so you could.
Yep,
have-
I see it.
Okay. I just wanted to let you know, so if you wanted to, and I don't think that it's ever a waste of time for you to make a motion and make your thoughts known to the city council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mark Ridley Puppet.
Yes, in honor of the indicted one, and congratulations. Such an honor to be indicted by the FBI when you're a politician, yes. So, where's my favorite fuck up, Jessica Folgate? Oh, I have bad news for you. She went back east. Oh, I forgot. She was deported to fucking Baltimore. Let's check that box off. Good. That's part of my New Year's resolutions. Now, we have Gibson, the useless. Of course, carjacking is correct. You can add a special motion because tomorrow is the final day. They're going to deport Paul Martin Krikorian over west, far west, to a shithole called Reseda. If you've ever been there. If you haven't, thank God. And then you're going to be taken over by the beautiful brown lady. Nithya Ramen Noodle is going to be your new queen. But you want to stop it? Gibson won't let you. Lisa's actually trying to do good. What? Yes. Again, like a broken clock. Twice a day it's right. Lisa Karagian is correct. Yes, we will use her correct name. Once every 9 years this happens. And Randy Fried Chicken, the demon, knows that she's right. Goat Puppet is right. Let's get on with it, special.
Your time has expired.
Save yourselves.
Okay, seeing no other hands. Oh, Brandon Pender, yes. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I'd like to request, Mr. President, if I can be put on as a line item for your next month's neighborhood council.
Absolutely.
And as you know, I'm your budget advocate for, one of your budget advocates for Region 4, and actually your budget rep and Studio City Neighborhood Council is my home neighborhood council. So I'd like to better serve you by, having at least enough time to basically give a thorough report of what's the goings on with the budget advocates. Also, we had a past budget day, past annual budget day, and also a Congress of Neighborhood meetings. So I'll send some advanced emails ahead of time, and then I can give a verbal report to you and to better serve the neighborhood council. That's possible.
Great. Thank you, Brandon. For our November meeting, just how much time do you think you would need to present, or would you like?
At least 10 minutes.
Okay. So
Thank you so much.
Call it 15. Okay, I'll be in touch with you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Gibson, I think you're still there. Lisa, after hearing your suggestion, I know Gibson wants to look into it. Adele just emailed me the Brown Act, and then I pulled it up as well. I do agree that there is a subsequent, there's an immediate need, I should say. The motion that is set for, hold on, just multiple computers, multiple windows. As it relates to the special meeting for tomorrow and the motion, I'd like to make a motion for immediate need. For the discussion and possible motion that the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council opposes the proposed redistricting map K 2.5 by the Los Angeles City Council Redistricting Commission. Stakeholders deserve to be represented by the council member they voted for. We urge the commission to recognize the longstanding communal connections and select a map that includes Studio City, North Hollywood, Toluca Lake, Valley Glen, Valley Village, Cahuenga Pass, and Barham. So first, is there a
Second.
Second.
I won.
Thanks. And now, so what we need to do is we need to, Brandon, we're going to call the roll. So, all right, so that's the motion. We're going to do a vote. We need 2/3 in order to bring this motion to the floor. So if you can call the roll for that vote, that'd be great.
Okay, Kim Clements.
Agree.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Ira's not here. Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karajian.
Yes.
Laura Corian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Me, yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
And Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Unanimous, thank you very much. I applaud all of you for adding yet one more item to our agenda, but perhaps
may I add a suggestion?
Yep.
I can table the outreach motions until next month if you would like, because
let's some of these things too we can also vote on a block. But let's put a pin in that for just 1 second, and let's. First, I'm going to say thank you very much, Lisa. It was for that point in the rules. I appreciate it. Number one. Number two. Okay, so that's the motion. So now that we are going to hear this motion, we are now going to have public comment. So again, if you wish to make public comment as it relates to an immediate agenda item that we just added, I'll read the motion again for those listening. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council opposes the proposed redistricting map K 2.5 by the Los Angeles City Council Redistricting Commission. Stakeholders deserve to be represented by the council member they voted for. We urge the commission to recognize the long-standing communal connections and select a map that includes Studio City, North Hollywood, Toluca Lake, Valley Glen, Valley Village, Cahuenga Pass, and Barham. And just an example of some of those communal ties, by the way, would be the schools. So for many of us in studio, and Julie Houlihan pointed this out in an email earlier today, if we think about it, a lot of us who have kids, if we're utilizing the public school system, their first stop is Colfax, which is elementary school, which is not in Studio City, and nor is North Hollywood High School, which people, if you're in the public school system, is where kids go from here, and a number of other charter schools. North Hollywood Division Police, which is overwhelmingly the police department here. There's a number of connections that we have to those in the north of us, far more than we do moving to the west. And also, I think it adds a bit more diversity to our community that we're in common if we stay connected. But anyway, let's take public comment. Public comment will be for one item on this item. If you have questions for the motion, again, because I realize it's not on the agenda or the screen, you simply ask for it to be reread. You have 1 minute for public comment. We will start with Mark Ridley Puppet. Go ahead.
So you're trying to disturb the map? Yes. Come here. Ow! No, we don't want that. That's Studio City, dummy. I'm sorry. Yes, okay, well, it is unfair what they're trying to do to you. Yes. They're trying to cut you guys off and take away your Armenian goat herder and move him miles and miles away to a shithole called Reseda, Winnetka, Canoga Park. You don't want that. No. And of course, you don't want Nithya Raman. No, Lisa. She loves Team Krikorian. She's the biggest fan ever. And you love your Goat Master. That's why I was created. Goat Puppet was created from the Goat Herder. So let's keep him in Studio City. And let's keep Bob over in the shithole over there known as Reseda. What about Encino? I want to go back to Paul Koretz. I like him better than the other assholes. Okay, so there you go. Join me tomorrow night as I create more chaos. Solutions by Goat Puppet, saving the city from itself. And I will save CD10, and I will restore Mark Ridley Thomas to his seat unless he's found guilty.
Your time has expired. We have public comment from Barry. Go ahead.
Thanks. I just sent you all some, Caro from Krikorian's office and I have been corresponding about an alternative, and I just sent you the map that I've been calling the Four Corners of the Valley map. And if you zoom in on it, you can see the light green CD2, which is basically what we have now, but it includes a little bit of the Cahuenga Pass area. But yes, I think you should send this to every city council member and copy it to redistricting.lacity.org. But I think it's going to mean more going to each council member at this point in time. But if you look at that entire map, it's neighborhood councils that are not divided, you know, and that was one of the goals that many of us that have attended these meetings had. So you might want to look at that. And the FCRA has even put out e-blast saying, you know, support this map. So if you go to what I sent you, you can see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty Kirby, go ahead.
The majority of all the redistricting meetings, and very, very few people from our area made comments. They spent the last 2 or 3 meetings readjusting all of the lines based on public comment. Studio City people did not call in. Reseda, all the other areas, they got their changes made. So I think we now have to fight it at the council, but a CIS statement for tomorrow's meeting would be a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. So the first thing, obviously, we need to add or change in the motion is that this is to be filed as a CIS.
Yes, it's required to be able to speak on that subject as a neighborhood council. And it's pretty much I mean, it sounds like it's a done deal. It actually does.
Well, I mean, yeah, so thank you, Patty. I'm going to take some board comment now. Oh, I have a comment from phone number ending in 713. Go ahead.
Hi, I did call, I did comment at the redistricting committee. I did say that I was from the area, and so I just wanted to let you guys know that I think that nobody's considering the impact this redistricting is going to have on homeless people's connections to their council district offices. And that's one of the biggest impacts that this could possibly have on anyone is interruptions in their communication with their council district's office. I know, like, Jessica just left the councilman's office, and that caused, you know, she did reach out to me and we did communicate, but it did cause a bit of an interruption. And I just wanted people to be thinking about who's going to be impacted the most by redistricting, and that would be the homeless people who have cases open. When they get closed, it causes a lot of problems, and really, like, can cause a year or more delay in their match to housing, and it can be really devastating for people. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment for this, Mark Ridley Puppet, we already received your comment. Thank you very much. On this agenda item, let's go to board comment. So either raise your hand. Richard Niedenberg, go ahead. You're muted, buddy. Still muted. Richard, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
I think the whole idea is a good idea with your suggestion because there's a commonality of interests along the strip. I didn't say commonality of economics. I didn't say skin color. I said of interest, where people shop, where people do their thing. I think it's a very good idea, your proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Other board comment or any suggestions for changes? So we know we're adding the line, this motion is to be filed as a CIS. Is there, yes, sir, Jeffrey Hartwick.
Yeah, I think Governor Elbridge, Jerry of gerrymandering fame would have been proud of the construction of this particular district because it looks very similar to a contrived salamander. It's a bizarre shape. I agree with earlier comments about the close connections with Say Valley Village. I mean, my kids went to Colfax School. The feeder school is into Walter Reed. I got a kid at Walter Reed. Another kid went there as well. So we have these very close connections. The police thing is also another important issue. We should have a continuity of police services within our particular district. And we're going to be attached to areas that we really have no connection with. So I think we need to revisit this issue, and hopefully our city councilman will push for changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna commend Patty Kirby just for alerting everybody to the need, the mandate for us to actually turn out for these meetings, because we spend so much time in neighborhood council meetings where we're all present, but it's very easy for us to make much more influence if we show up and speak out when it matters.
Thanks, Adam. Is there any other points as it relates to anything you think is missing in this motion? I'm always a fan of, that I've learned from others, of keeping it short and concise, our motion. Julie, go ahead.
A question, because in the motion, it talks about that we should be able to rely on the person that we voted for, which I think is a great point. But now we've brought up the shared schools, which there are multiple schools that we share, the police services, and also the homeless services. So those are 3 additional points that have been made, and I just wondered if those would be included.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I think we can. I think it's a great, it adds to our right. We're objecting, and now here's the why behind our objection. So I think that's great. Brandon, you strike me as a wordsmith. Can you you want to take a stab at writing something that includes? We said, let me pull up that motion again. I think it was a shared.
No, I don't really.
There's a huge community around the schools. I mean, that's something that really touched my heart at the very beginning, between Carpenter, Colfax, Walter Reed Middle School, and North Hollywood High School. That's a huge community of people that would be separated.
Perhaps we could include it afterwards. We urge the commission to recognize the long-standing communal connections. So we could say, comma, which include, I'm just going to write this as I go, which include shared schools, shared police, or how would you word that? Shared policing, shared police division, and
homeless services connected to the city council.
And our unhoused neighbors connection to the council office.
Maybe shared social concerns that would lump it all together. public safety.
Yeah, and maybe we,
things like
and
that.
Jeff, let me know what you think. It sounds perhaps it's too legalese, but the classic including but not limited to.
Yeah, it's always a perfect addition to something like this.
Yeah, so which include but not limited to shared schools, shared police division, and outreach services via the council office to our unhoused neighbors.
Also, we're in the same fire department battalion.
I knew I was missing something. Thank you, Richard. Yes, and shared fire department.
Richard mentioned the diversity, but I don't know if there's enough scientific fact.
You know what?
And actually, you did too.
I will jump into the fray because I guess I've had I've had grievances filed against me before. I take them very seriously. Thank you very much for those of you that are listening. What I would say is, so I got one smile out of that. What I would say is, if you look at how in my opinion, but I'd love to hear from others, if you look at the proposed map, what they're doing is, for example, at CD2 exists now, there is a lot of diversity and there's continuity because we're connected. It doesn't look like, we're not some, weird abstract piece of the map. But what they're trying to do, I think, if we become a part, in my opinion, and we are in line with Sherman Oaks, Encino, and down the line, you're creating, first of all, you're zeroing out economic diversity in a big way, which I don't see. So you're potentially you're making it an uber white district, which lacks. That isn't to say there isn't diversity, but there's not a lot. I mean, we can look at Studio City using that as an example. What you're really doing, which some have suggested, is that they're carving out. There are those that believe we need to have another seat on a neighborhood council that is represented by someone who's Latino. As someone who's Latino, I'm El Salvadorian and Spanish. I get that, but shouldn't we be? My opinion, we should be focused on the diversity and choose the people that are going to have some integrity. Those are the people we need desperately in City Hall with another indictment, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's not the last shoe to drop. We need people that have values and ethics, and we should not be choosing someone on their race alone. So I think maybe mentioning diversity is worthwhile, actually. I think you're right, Julie. I think that, I don't know, anyone else? Karen Sorrow, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I think, it's useful to talk about the shape and that we want to be like more cohesive and common sense about how we, divide the valley if we have to divide the valley. Like we have common interests in the San Fernando Valley. So I think just the idea that we want to be more cohesive, not less, right?
Great. Okay. So Scott Mandel, yes, sir.
Do you think it'd be a good idea to quickly screen share the map that apparently is being suggested over the one that we are sort of against, the one that really puts us in outer limits, and quickly screen share?
Yeah. Do you have map K25 ready to go?
No, maybe Brandon would like to do that.
Surprise. No, Brandon, did you have?
Are you talking about 2.5?
Yes, that's the one. That's the one being proposed.
I have it somewhere.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Map.
And then maybe what Barry sent, which looks more like a normal map.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah, it's
is
on
this
LAX.
2.5?
I mean, it's all over.
This is L. I got 2.5 right here.
Oh, do you have it? Okay. Do you want to give it a share?
Let me share screen here.
Thanks. I appreciate it. You're quick.
This is the one you're talking about right here? Oh, this is K2, right? Is this it?
That is K. Yeah, but it's K 2.5.
Is this 2. No, this is K2, I think.
So let me see if I can pull it up for you. Hold on, here it is.
Yeah, probably not the one.
Can I just say, I did send emails to every single one of those meetings, but I don't know if that counts or if they hear it, only hear the people that talk. I attended one of them and one of the persons was complaining that she had been in line. They only pick every fourth person to speak. So I think your chances of speaking are dicey, but
Okay, here, I can show it to you right now. Hold on one sec. Let me just share my screen. Sorry, keep talking, sorry.
I'm good. It's just on my mind.
You're muted.
Randy, you're muted. Okay, now you're unmuted.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, it was when I shared my screen, it was sharing audio even though there's no audio. Okay, so if you see where my cursor is, this is the 101 coming through the Cahuenga Pass. So what you see is that, and we get lumped with more of the valley, and then we also catch as the new proposed map gets us into West Hollywood, catches us into I think if I zoom in, we can see more. No, I don't think this will zoom in. No.
Just looking at the map, it looks like they don't know what to do with this. It's like 2 or 4 and some kind of blob.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's problematic personally. But
yes, it absolutely is problematic. We do not identify with Hollywood and beyond. We just don't.
Right. And I think it actually, if we look at the map, just looking at it one more time, I think it even catches a corner, a slice that goes into downtown, which is absurd. We don't have anything to do with downtown. I mean, we do, but not really.
But no Valley Village. It just, yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah. Okay. So in light of the fact that it's 7:50 and we have a whole lot of items on our agenda, it seems like we're in agreement. Brandon, can you give a reading of what our new version of the motion looks like, or sounds like?
I have no idea. I'm gonna have to go into your. I did not write anything down. Just.
No, it's okay. I realized that I was asking without even receiving consent. Okay, so this is what I have so far. So I have. The board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council opposes the proposed redistricting map K 2.5 by the Los Angeles City Council Redistricting Commission. Stakeholders deserve to be represented by the council member they voted for. We urge the commission to recognize the long-standing communal connections, which include but are not limited to shared schools, shared police division, shared fire division. Richard, is that how you would say? Or stations?
How about emergency services? Would that work?
Sure.
Muted, Richard.
We're all in Battalion 14 of the fire department.
Okay. Shared fire battalion. I like that better. And let me see. What did we say? Oh, and shared social service. Hold on, I just want to make I get this right.
I don't know if this was mentioned, Randy, as well, but in creating these in redistricting, they're creating a very inactive voter block based off historical precedent in voter turnout, like a very, very inactive, but by far the most inactive in the city. So by taking away a very active area like Studio City from towards Valley Village and north, were really, I think, damaging just participation within the city or adequate
That's
representation.
okay. That's a good point. All right, I only read this one more time, make sure I got this. This is kosher. Sorry, guys. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council opposes the proposed redistricting map K 2.5 by the LA City or Los Angeles City Council Redistricting Commission. Stakeholders deserve to be represented by the council member they voted for. We urge the commission to recognize the long-standing communal connections, which include but are not limited to shared schools, shared police division, shared fire battalion, and shared social service connections to our council office by our unhoused neighbors. We urge the
Sorry to interrupt. I'm told it should say K 2.5 version 4.
From Patty. Yeah, I just saw that too.
So
okay, so we'll add
And also the
that.
diversity point, Randy.
Oh, yep. Sorry. You said version 4, right, Scott?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, house neighbors. We therefore request a map that includes Studio City, North Hollywood, Toluca Lake, Valley Glen, Valley Village, Cahuenga Pass, and Barham. This map, as suggested, preserves our social and economic diversity. Thoughts, comments?
I'll second it if you aren't using the other second.
Great. Lisa seconds the version. Can we take it to a vote? Are there any last comments by board members? Okay, seeing no hands, hearing no voices, let's call the roll, Brandon, please.
All right. Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Yes. Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Laura Corian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Marino. Yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Thank you again, Lisa, for giving us that little Brown Act tidbit. Greatly appreciated. Moving right along to, let me just do a quick cursory check of any government representatives. Gibson, did you want to make a comment as it relates to what we talked about threats, or do you think I addressed that enough in my comments?
No comment on this one.
Great, thank you very much. So seeing no government representatives, we will move on to, oh, nope, take that back, sorry.
We're going to government representative, right? Yeah, Randy, I thought you meant. I just wanted to mention that my colleague from the mayor's office, Erin Seinfeld, is your new mayor rep. So she is in the.
Yep, I see her hand raised, as well as our representative from Sheila Kuhl's office. So
can I also? Do you want me to let them speak, and then because I have some updates I want to touch base on.
Please. So let's hear from Erin first. Great last name, and sorry that I didn't realize you were a government official. Go ahead.
No worries. I'm new, so I haven't gotten to meet you guys yet. I am new to the mayor's office, but I'm not new to government. I was with Supervisor Sheila Kuhl's office for 3.5 years. Did not cover the Studio City area, but was in the West Valley and on the other side of the hill. So as I learn the city and Studio City and the mayor's office, bear with me, but I am looking forward to working with you all. I've always had strong relationships with my councils, and so I hope to support you and do what I can to aid you and provide information on behalf of the mayor. If you need anything, you can reach out. I can give a little bit of an update. I wasn't quite sure if you guys had time and if you had another city rep. I can touch base on a couple of things if you have time, Randy. I know that you guys have been talking about redistricting.
You know what? Give it a go.
Well, I really just want to focus on and point one thing out that's real importance. And I it's the 2021 COVID-19 Emergency Rental Assistance Program. You may have called it as ERAP because we love our acronyms. So last month, Mayor Garcetti announced a new partnership with the City of LA and the state that will allow Angelenos to access the additional state and federal rental assistance funds. And in the new agreement, it allowed Angelenos to tap into $5.2 billion in emergency rental relief funds that the state received from the federal government. So this ensures that renters and landlords who are eligible for relief will receive 100% rent and utility relief for unpaid rent and utilities dating back to April 1st, 2020, as well as future rent payments to eligible California renters and their landlords. So some of the utilities I don't think are being discussed, but they're included, and that's stuff that's billed separately from the landlord, such as electricity, gas, water, sewer, trash removal, energy costs. So I want to make sure to include that because I don't think that's being mentioned enough. I also want to point out that if you or someone you know received an eviction notice due to unpaid rent as a result of the pandemic, first we want to make sure to point out, do not move out. You have 15 business days to apply for rent relief and notify your landlord that you've applied or intend to. You're only protected from eviction due to non-payment of COVID-related rent debt if you apply for the relief. And I also want to mention that while there's no strict deadline for applying to the state's program, it will close once all the funding has been allocated. And I'm hearing that it will be by the end of Q4, but other people are saying it could be within the next month or so. So I know that while there may be people on here that weren't impacted by COVID or aren't eligible, I think that we really need to utilize key people in the community to notify whether or not it's friends, families, your tenants, your employees, loved ones. We want to really make sure they know this, especially with evictions. We don't want to aid in the housing crisis where we're already struggling. So if you need more information on that, you can go to housingiskey.com to apply. You're welcome to reach out to me, and I'm always happy to answer questions. But if you could help get the word out, I would very much appreciate it.
Thank you very much. That's really great stuff. I hope for those we don't have a huge turn of attendees, but for those listening, I hope that, and any of us, if we know someone who is in need, it's a great resource. So thank you very much, Erin. I look forward to meeting you again, be it virtually or who knows, even in person at some point. And thank you for your service to the mayor's office. Next, we have, I believe I saw her, Brenda Yanez from Sheila Kuehl's office.
Yes, thank you very much, Randy. Good evening, everyone. Brenda Yanez, Field Deputy for Supervisor Sheila Kuehl, and it's such a pleasure to be here with all of you this evening. I'll be quick this time around. I'll go ahead and get started with some COVID-19 updates in regards to vaccines. Specifically, LA County is currently offering booster doses of the vaccine to people who received their second doses of Pfizer at least 6 months ago. People who are at high risk of getting COVID-19 should be getting their booster dose as soon as possible, especially now that we have the cooler weather and holiday gatherings approaching. We really recommend you to get that booster shot if you haven't already, or to get your first or second dose if you haven't done that already. This does include people 65 and older, and this also includes people 18 and older with underlying health conditions. Booster doses for people who received Moderna or Johnson & Johnson vaccines are not yet available. I'm sure that if you read the news, you've probably heard that the booster doses for Moderna and Johnson & Johnson vaccines have been approved by the FDA, but we are still expecting a recommendation from the CDC before the pharmacists are able to administer booster doses for Moderna and Johnson & Johnson. So keep an eye out for that. Those doses should be available to everyone else sooner than later. And LA County is also still offering third doses of both Pfizer and Moderna vaccines to those that are eligible and who are immunocompromised. So I know it's very confusing, third doses, and then you're hearing booster doses and you don't know whether you qualify or not. So I'm always more than readily available to assist you, to answer any of those questions or concerns that you may have in regards to the vaccines or anything else that is county related. I did just want to quickly also mention that the FDA is meeting next week to decide whether the Pfizer vaccine is safe and effective for children ages 5 to 11. So if the FDA decides it is safe and effective and the CDC recommends giving the vaccine to young children, LA County will start offering vaccines to children in early November. So we'll keep an eye out for that as well. Any questions that you have in regards to that, feel free to connect with us. We are also having a few events coming up this month and next month. First and foremost, we are having a vaccine pop-up clinic at the North Hollywood Red Line station and Orange Line Metro line as well. So that would be Saturday, November 6th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And we are also having one this Saturday at Pacoima City Hall in partnership with Pacoima Beautiful, MEND, and the Pacoima Neighborhood Council and a few other CBOs in the area. That event will be taking place at Pacoima City Hall from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And lastly, we do have a free food distribution coming up on Wednesday, October 27th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Osborne Neighborhood Church in Arleta. And I have been sharing the flyers with Randy, so hopefully he's able to share that with everyone else. And before I close out, the Whiteman Airport Community Advisory Commission monthly meeting is happening. We're having our fourth one this month or this year, and it will be held on next week, Thursday, October 28th. From 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. So we want to go ahead and hear from everyone. It doesn't just affect folks that live in Pacoima or work in Pacoima. It does affect neighboring communities as well. So we want to go ahead and hear from all of you during the public comment period of the meeting. So we encourage you to participate. And if you have any questions in regards to that as well, feel free to connect with me. My email should be located on the agenda. But if not, I'll just go ahead and provide it to you all right now. That is B as in Brenda, Yanez, YANEZ, at BOS as in Board of Supervisors, .lacounty.gov. Now I'm open to any questions. I know that you guys have a lot on the agenda, so if not, I'll be more than happy to take it offline. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, Brenda. Again, for anyone who has questions or wants to reach either Aaron or Brenda, either via the city's website, the county's website, or reach out to us, and we're happy to get you in touch. We do have, before we hear from any board members that might have a quick question, we do have public comment. Scott, do you have your timer ready?
Yes, ready.
Thank you, sir. Mark Ridley Puppet, go ahead for 1 minute.
Yes. So the rats out of Sheila Kuehl's office are leaving quickly. She's not going to run again. I wonder why. Why wouldn't Sheila Kuehl want to return? Maybe it had something to do with that FBI complaint that I read over the weekend. Oh, you mean as a board of supervisors, she helped collaborate a unanimous consent vote on $9 million of graft? That's right. That's right, yes. Yes, see, none of you took the time to go to federal court today and look at all of the pretty documents that were there today. Yes, they were all there. The chief of the public corruption unit is there. Yes. And where was your boss voting to kick out Mark Ridley Thomas without a trial? Paul Kerkorian is not only disbarred, he's a racist too. Paul Kerkorian hates black men. Yes, that's right. So the question I have is, what the fuck is CD10 gonna do to represent itself on the redistricting commission tomorrow without a goddamn representative? And does his representative that he appointed have to resign now? Let's go to Randy Freed.
Oh shit, that's way past my goddamn pay grade.
That's right. So you should have left MRT alone to let them play a little longer before the FBI.
Your time is expired.
In their
Okay, Gibson, was there something you wanted to add?
Yes, Mr. President. Hi, everybody. Excuse me, I'm at a little microphone today, so just want to make sure that I'm clear.
are.
My name is Gibson Yambura. I am your NEA. Just want to touch base on a couple things. So want to touch base on AB 361. As you know, the governor has signed it. This went into effect in October 1. And what AB Assembly Bill 361 does, it amends the Brown Act to allow virtual public meetings to be held via teleconferencing channels such as Zoom to continue doing a declared state of emergency as if certain conditions are met. And so with the passage of 361, neighborhood councils will continue to being entirely virtual. There will not be a hybrid model just yet. As you know, we just finalized the hybrid work group. We finally just had our final report that will be presented to all neighborhood council board members. And this is just sort of from the input we've had as to how it looks like, how we'll be building it out, the logistics of it. So it's definitely something that we are working through. I also want to touch base on AB 361. It requires presenting findings, and these findings are in the these findings are a vote supporting the continuation of virtual meetings every 30 days. The Office of the City Attorney's Neighborhood Council Advice Division, which we call NCAD, has determined that the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners has the authority to make the decision and present these findings on behalf of the Neighborhood Council system per section 302/B of the Los Angeles City Charter. So the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners will cover the responsibility for presenting these votes every 30 days for the whole neighborhood council system. And the first time that the board took action, the board of Bonk took action was at this past meeting on the 18th. And so it was at 1 o'clock, and the board did take action. So one thing that impacts neighborhood council agendas from AB 361 is standard language. Within AB 361, it mandates how if a neighborhood council does have determined time slots for agenda items to be discussed or public comment, AB 361 states that you cannot take action before the full stated time is up. So if we put on the agenda that public comment was going to be from 7 o'clock to 7:30, and the last person made public comment at 7:12, we will have to wait until 7:30 to complete public comment. We cannot move on agenda items. But the good thing is with this board, we don't have time slots dictated of what time the motion is going to be discussed. So that does not entirely affect you, but it definitely affects several of my boards. So we'll be we'll be working with some of my boards to make sure that they make those changes. In addition, just public comment cannot be required in advance. So AB 361 explicitly details that public comment for a meeting must be provided in real time. Some towns and counties had required public comment be provided in writing in advance of a virtual meeting. AB 361 eliminates that. So public comment must happen at the time of the meeting and in real time. Also, one thing about AB 361 is it details about if there's going to be an interruption when a participant is unable to join or observe a meeting, the board is asked to take a recess immediately just to make sure that any board member or member of the public is able to log in and just able to join the meeting. So that's one thing about AB 361 when it comes to interruptions. Also, if a member of the public is having trouble participating, there's not going to be a need to recess. So if a stakeholder says they're not able to join to a meeting while everybody's in here, the board does not have to take a recess. But if a board member does have, that's where it's going to become it's going to become a difference. So just want to make sure that everybody is on the lookout for that. In addition to that, there was an email that was sent out that provided updates as to what the department has been sending out. It went out on October 15th. You should have seen it in your inbox. It was called the Social Media and Code of Conduct Policies. So right now, there are two surveys that are being administered by the department. The first one is the Empower LA listening survey. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please fill out your survey. Neighborhood Council board members, your input is helping us sort of understand how the department is functioning. We want to be able to have a good, it's like an assessment, right? It's our assessment using surveys as to how the department is functioning, especially as me as one of your staff members, and how we can do that.
Also, we had partnered with a research firm called Erviderus. They are sending out to 1.2 million Angelinos a citywide survey called the Neighborhood Council Awareness and Engagement Survey. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to measure how well Angelinos are aware of the neighborhood council system. Have they attended a meeting before? Have they ever do they all know? So, and what issues are they interested in? So this survey is going to take us a while before we finalize all the research and information, because we're trying to get as much information as possible. So we are, if you've seen it in your inbox, you'll definitely see it in an email. We were trying to get it to be a phone banking system, but we ran into legal issues. And so sticks to being email. But if you see it, please do not delete it. Just kind of it's 5 minutes of your time. Please complete the survey. In addition to that, also the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners is adding a little more time in its discussion of the draft communications and media policy. So the board has taken is going to take one more session and just get one last feedback. The most up-to-date draft for the social media policy was October 14th draft. It is available on our website too, but I'll send it to everybody. So please, if you'd like to provide input, please go ahead. Just know that this is different from the code of conduct. Social media policy and the code of conduct are going to be two distinct issues, things that are being taken up. Also, all neighborhood council board members are going to be required to take the ABLE training. As you know, as the mayor signed Executive Order 27, this incorporates everyone within the city of family, not stakeholders, volunteers, city employees, and neighborhood council board members will be required to complete the anti-bias training. And as I mentioned, there's 2 more code of conduct sessions. We've been conducting these. These are the amendments that are being proposed to the code of conduct policy. The additional session will be November 6th. It will be Saturday, November 6th at 1 p.m. So please sign up if you'd like to participate in providing your input in the code of conduct. Another training we are offering is our module 2 of the Core Institute training. It is happening on Thursday, October 28th at 6:30. This is something that will be covering bylaws, virtual public meetings, public comment, managing public disruptions. Module 3 is coming at the end of November. So we have a lot of trainings that is going to be available to everybody. The module is not mandatory. It's just an addition because we noticed that there's been a huge influx of new board members who are participating in the neighborhood council process, and also neighborhood council board members who've been in the system, but now that we are virtual, things are a little different. The rules are things are a little different. We are just kind of working to figure this thing out. Also, the Office of the City Clerk is going to start, is forming a neighborhood council election work group. We want to identify solutions and challenges that are part of the 2021 neighborhood council elections. And so this work group will be from January to April. So if you want to be part of that work group, please let us know. There's a link. I'll send an email just to let everybody know, hey, this is what we were discussing. So please sign up if you're interested. The deadline will be October 29th, which is next week. Other than that, I hope everybody has a good meeting. Randy, you're mute.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much. Okay, appreciate that, Gibson. Moving right along to agenda item. Okay, Treasurer's report. We have some motions. I just want to say in advance, thank you, Kim, for a lot of work that you've done and talking to the clerk's office and helping us get to right the ship, as it were, financially. So take it away.
All right, appreciate that. And since I am new to this, please jump in, Randy.
Sure.
So I think I'm just supposed to read the motion and hopefully somebody will second. And then is there public comment from there for those or no?
Right. So we will take a public comment because that's required under the Brown Act. And of course, Mark Ridley Puppet does have a public comment. So first we'll read the motion 6A.
Okay.
Point of information really quick, may I? Regarding required training and voting on budget matters.
Yes, please.
We do actually have a member of the board who has not completed all the training. All 3 trainings are required to vote on any financial matters. So Is it abstain or recused? How does it go into the minutes?
You know what, Gibson, do you have any input on that? Because I actually don't know. We've never, in my experience on the board, we've never had someone, go 0 for 3 and not be able to vote. Gibson, are you still there? Or did he drop off?
Perhaps off. I do think the person has to abstain.
Yeah, I guess it's counted as an abstention. All right, fair enough. So I think that
Okay.
you're referring to Laura, correct?
It's a mark. There's a box on the BAC. Take care of that.
Great, thanks, Richard. Okay, so motion 1.
The board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves the monthly expenditures report for May 2021.
I'll second it. So we'll hit pause. We have public comment. Public comment for 1 minute. Mark Ridley Puppet, go ahead.
Yeah, see how Dunn abandons you? Did you see that, Randy? Gibson, see? They run away. They don't give a fucking shit to help you. But a minute you make a mistake, he'll pop up in the meeting and interrupt you. That's what Dunn does. And how much are you getting paid for this job? Let's see, what is your salary, Scott? Jeffrey, I mean, you're getting paid, right? You're working real hard. Well, they're not getting paid anything. Oh, in other words, they've been tricked into being slaves. Slaves work hard and don't get paid. The definition of slavery. How about that? The Department of Neighborhood Disempowerment is a plantation department. But Gibson gets paid. So what does that make him? Massa. Yes, that's right. Is that what you want to be, slaves? Voluntary slaves. Congratulations. And of course, you'll fuck it up again, and Gibson will send it back to you. That's the way it goes. Yes, that's right. And Jessica Fulgate taught you how to screw everything up. I don't know. Scott's planning a clock, and it's being unable to be read in his cheap little camera. Look at that. Yes, well, he's a volunteer. That's right. You have to get a pretty camera, like an iPod or something like that. Yes, that's right, volunteers. So remember, volunteers are suckers. A man who works must be paid. Jesus Christ, the New Testament. Well, a lot of them are Jewish. Oh, and
Your time has expired. Lana, go.
Hi, thanks.
Go ahead, Lana. Yeah.
Hi, thanks. I just wanted to see if someone could clarify regarding voting on financial matters. Does it have to be unanimous?
No.
Okay, thank you. That was all I wanted to make sure about. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Lana. Call-in user 1, go ahead.
How much time do I have?
1 minute, please. Go ahead.
Okay. Once again, the Dunn parasite screws you guys. You need some assistance, which is legitimate. What do? They run away. They're cowards. Has this Gibson ever said you guys have done a good job or a wonderful job or thank you? Hell no. He likes to beat you down. He's a loser. He's a safe space piece of shit. Wish he would support you guys a little bit better. Probably can't. Probably has to take a dump or something. Probably on you guys. Well, my problem is, Mr. Fried Chicken, is the hyperlinks are still broken, but you still pay Web Corner. Why are you paying Web Corner if they don't want to fix the hyperlinks? I give them to you, in which I assume you forward to them. Why don't they fix them? Are they a bunch of retards over there? They think I'm a retard asshole. But have them fix your website. Thank you.
phone number ending in 713. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Ruth. I wanted to thank Gibson for the update. I was trying to figure out, I guess I'll just figure this out, but I was trying to figure out exactly how AB 361 and 339 were different. I think that they both dealt with like the meetings being hybrid, and I actually wasn't able to get involved with neighborhood council until the meetings were online, because it's not really a safe place for homeless people. And in the minutes of Andrew Silver's meetings, he used to keep the really thorough notes on the public comments, and that's how I knew that. I wanted to ask if how to get on the list to get the survey, because I checked my email and I don't think I got the Empower LA survey. And also, yeah, I was interested in the committee about the hybrid meetings. Thank you.
Randy, shouldn't the comments be limited to the agenda item?
You are correct. The advice from Don, although we can decide if it's worth it. So typically during an agenda item comment, the comment has to be germane. And if it's not, we could admonish, and in theory, if the person doesn't get on track, we can cut them off. However, Don's advice is the time that you'll spend trying to admonish. So let's say you spend 5 seconds admonishing, you have to be sure that you give those 5 seconds back to the person speaking. And if they don't get online, this game of back and forth trying to get them on point, that sometimes it's more speedy to just let them speak and then say thanks and close it. But you are correct that public comments do need to be germane to the motion at hand. So Barry, go ahead, assuming this is germane.
Yes, regarding this agenda item, all I want to say is hyperlinks are not required by law by either the state or the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so can we move this to a vote, or was there some board comment regarding the monthly expenditure report?
I just want to let people know that both the April and May monthly expenditure reports were not filed last year by the former treasurer. And because it fell into a new fiscal year, we need to approve them, although this was before the time of most of us, but that is why they're before you.
Thank you, Kim. Valid point and worth noting. Okay, Brandon, please call the roll of those that are qualified to vote.
Question really quick. Are these going to be lumped together in one vote?
We can't. We are not allowed to
separately.
Yeah, we have to do financial votes one at a time.
Got it. So this will be 6A. Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Did I get this right? Yes, it is. Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karajian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Moreno, yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sara. Karen.
Yes. Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you very much. Motion 6B, the Board of City Neighborhood Council approves the monthly expenditure report for April 2021. We have public comment from, thank you. We have public comment, who was that, Julie?
Kim,
sorry. We have public comment from Mark Ridley Puppet. Go ahead, 1 minute.
Yes, that's right. And again, where's Gibson? He just abandoned you. Throws you out like trash. Because you're trash. He has better things to do, doesn't he? because he gets paid. Isn't that right? That sounds right to me. Yeah, and I just wonder, like, well, it's 8:27 p.m. You could have been watching a Dodger game, having a hot dog, and enjoying your evening, but instead you're torturing yourselves. Why? When you're not getting paid? What's in it for you? Well, at least one of you got something out of this shit. At least Lisa became a commissioner of a powerful entity now. But what are the rest of you doing? You have to get something out of this. Mark Ridley got something out of this. He's 67 years old. 30 years he filled his pockets. That's a good way to do it, you know. 67 years old. Well,
It's time.
You're too old to worry.
Your time has expired. Calling user 1, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just emailed you a published court appeal decision that I was part of. If you look in the docket, I was one of the people that prosecuted, has my name in there, about hyperlinks and disclosure of documents. So when it's Sarah Watts versus Placer County. And I like how Barry says, well, the law doesn't require it because the law says so. Where's your fucking citations, asshole? I bet I've litigated Brown Act issues many times, and I could quote citation and court of appeal and everything with my name in it and all that. But you just say the law says so. Just like Web Corner. They don't do what you ask them to pay for. And again, Randy, you get stuck hearing people just saying, well, the law says so. Just like Dunn, they never give citations or points of authority. It's a fucking bullshit act. I just emailed you what to show how Barry's full of shit. Thank you.
Okay, we can call the roll.
Brandon, you're
So
muted.
I gotta mute myself. I did it this time. This would be for 6B. Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karajian. Lisa.
I'm so sorry. Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Moreno. Yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you very much. Motion C, the Board of Sioux City Neighborhood Council approves the administrative packet for the fiscal year 2021, 2022, including the appointment of a second signer as a financial officer. Is there a second?
I'll second that one.
Great, thank you very much. I assume you're taking note of that. Is there any public comment as it relates to agenda item 6C? Mark Ridley Puppet. Go ahead.
Yes, and as we said, out of all of you, look who's benefiting. Holy shit, look at that studio. My God. Lisa's turned into a record producer as well as a financier. This is amazing. My God, look at the rest of you, impoverished. Look at this. Kanye West 2.0. So God Puppet wants to hear what type of rap music she's producing while she's on these meetings. I never knew. My God, the talents are amazing. I can't believe. Yes, that's right. This multi-talented future Grammy winner, a member of the South Valley Planning Commission. Yes. How about that? Now she hides like Gibson. God Puppet moves that everybody show themselves. Thank you, Randy showed yourself, yes. And let me show myself. Give me my camera privileges. Like Scott Mandel. he gives me camera privileges when he hosts a meeting because he likes people. He likes in civic engagement, not like Randy's a
Call and user one, go ahead.
Okay, on page 8, it says web services and maintenance, web corner, $2,400. What do they maintain? They don't maintain the hyperlinks, but it appears one of your board members had to chime in and says, oh, we want to be accessible to the public, but we're not required to make sure the hyperlinks work because it's not our fucking problem. Isn't that called a oxymoron, or a person that speaks like that, like a yenta? Need a yenta? Mr. Freed, don't you want to be known as a mensch, or do you want to be known that you have to care for a yenta? Little bitching yenta saying we don't have to. Now, I sent you something that says you kind of do, but the yenta is going to say I'm a racist, bigot, anti-Semitic, homophobic asshole, which is fine. Stand in line. Thank you.
Thanks. You beat me to the punch for asking me to unmute. Okay, so let's call the roll.
Okay, this would be for a 6C. Kim Clements.
Is there any comment from?
Oh, I'm sorry. Board comments, correct. Board comments for 6T.
Questions? No.
Randall?
I don't have any. Hearing, seeing none from the board. No hands.
Okay. We'll proceed to vote.
Let's proceed to vote.
I expected some feedback. I mean, not.
No, I
just
no. Listen,
questions
you are
or some great.
One would hope, or one would wonder why there isn't, but we'll assume that everyone has done their homework and read it and has no objections, and so let's call the roll.
All right.
Great.
Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karajian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Very good. I like it.
Me, Brandon Marino, yes. Just trying to listen into the conversation in the background. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Unanimous.
I didn't get a vote, but
Wait, who didn't get a vote?
Adam Summer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Adam, yeah.
I
Because
didn't
you're on the
get a
next
vote.
page. Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Sorry, you were on the next page. I didn't turn to the page. Motion passes unanimous.
Great, thank you very much. Moving on to motions. Pardon me. Moving on to agenda item number 7, the Budget Committee. Lana, for just for brevity, I'm going to take a little liberty here at the moment and just say that Barry Weitz, who was our Budget Committee chair, due to personal family stuff going on unexpectedly, he resigned. Otherwise, he would be with us. Lana, who was a previous budget chair, committee chair, previous board member, and was on the existing committee, was kind enough to, I guess, get out of retirement, Lana, and join us. So we have 3 motions before us, and I'll just jump ahead and simply say that, at least as it relates to the first one and the third one, which we'll get to if there's more questions, these are motions and these are dollars that were allocated by our previous board, but due to a lack of follow through due to health reasons, et cetera, of our previous treasurer, because these motions weren't filed in a timely manner with the city clerk's office, these motions are being brought forward to this board to our new fiscal year. I will say though that $10,000 was carried over from the previous fiscal year. And so really these dollars are coming from that. But with that, take it away, Lana, to the Budget Committee and motion 7A.
Yes, thank you very much. The Budget Committee met on September the 27th, 2021, and we had 3 motions before us. One of which is covered under the treasurer's report, which was approving an annual budget. And or Randy, maybe you can lend some info to that. Would that be something that will be looked at the next agenda? Because I know that it's included in the financial package. But anyway, the other 2 motions, the Vineland Avenue project and the Luminaria event, were passed by the Budget Committee after thorough discussion, and we are happy to present that to the board, and thank you for your consideration. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And one little comment, Brandon, I did not have your email at the time to send. You're the corresponding secretary, correct? Or just the secretary? Who is the corresponding secretary? I'm so sorry. Scott? Wait, who?
Jeff Hartwick. Jeff Hartwick's the correspondent.
Scott is the vice president. Jeff Hartwick is the corresponding secretary.
Okay, great.
Right side of the agenda, Lana.
Oh yes, thank you. So I'm so sorry that I missed that. At the time, I did not have it to send you the motions, Jeff. But in the past, we've copied the corresponding secretary with information of other people to send these motions to if they pass. So I will forward the information I have, and you can proceed as necessary. Thank you so much. And Brandon, again, back to Brandon, I did get your email with a request for the Budget Committee, and we will take that up in November's meeting. Thank you. And I will let you know certainly when we schedule that, or be within the first 2 weeks. Okay, thank you. Do I need to read these motions or anything, Randy? Or do you do that? What do you want me to do?
Randy, you're muted again. Your computer's conspiring against you.
Hey, Lana, I have my hand up.
Wouldn't be the first. Okay, sorry. Before I see a couple board hands raised. I want to go to the motion, but Adam, did you have a question, comment?
Yeah, it's definitely not germane to the motion, but I talked to Lana today, and neither of us really are sure who else is on the committee or wants to join the committee, and I know we need more members, so I just wanted to put that out there, seeing if anybody wants to respond accordingly. I know it's kind of a vacant.
To interrupt you, I don't know that we need more members. There was a what I assumed a full committee when we met the last time, but as the chair, I'm happy to welcome you on board, as well as a couple other members that I've talked to who had served previously.
Great.
Randall, I have a question. I don't know if it's a
Yes,
point,
sir.
point of information. These Budget Committee motions were passed under Barry's watch. Lana is now the budget chair. Does she represent the committee? Therefore, we do not need a motion and a second, or do we have to motion and second now that she is the new committee chair? And
So the motion, so my understanding is the motion was passed by committee with a proper motion of, a first, a second, and a vote of the committee. So though the committee chair has changed, that doesn't change the status of the motion itself that had passed through a committee.
If you'll permit me, I know you can't see me chat my face or whatever, but I don't mean to interrupt, but just to help clarify a little bit with Brandon, Barry Weiss, who was named as the budget chair, had contacted me saying he had an emergency that he had to take care of, and I was serving on the committee as a committee member, and he asked me just to run the meeting. So that I did as a substitute, as a committee member for him, and then the other things proceeded. I hope that is helpful. Thanks.
Okay, so we have public comment to your report, since we didn't go to motion first. So public comment on the Budget Committee Chair Report, agenda item number 7. We have public comment from calling user 1. Go ahead.
Why are you allowing this young lady to speak about this? I thought you have to at least be 18 years older to run a committee or do this motion regarding money. Why are you letting people under 18 do this? I don't like that at all. Don't you have any standards? You're going to admonish me and give me a spanking? Why do you let under an 18-year-old run this motion? You should be ashamed of yourself.
Randy, do I respond in any way to let them know I am of legal age?
No, I don't even, sometimes
I'm sorry, I just cannot stop laughing right now.
sometimes no response is the best response. People are allowed to make public comment, whether it's coherent, non-coherent, valid, not valid, in a form we like, we don't like. So sometimes it's best just to let the comment lie. But I guess, yes, as you said already, if there's concern that you're under the age of 18, you are not. You are of the legal age of consent. I guess it's an awkward way of giving you a compliment that you have a youthful voice. With that, we'll move to public comment. Mark Ridley Puppet, go ahead for 1 minute.
Just into the newsroom. Final. The Atlanta Braves 9. The piece of shit Dodgers 2. Elimination game tomorrow. Well done. Yes, that's right. So let's talk about more losers. The Budget Committee, yes. The one that nobody wants. Well, you didn't want Lana on the board. You kicked her ass to the curb.
Oh, shit.
And now she's going to get all the work. She has to be put back on the board with a written apology for that. Because she used to do all the good work. And then you had that stupid fucking election. And then what happened? You got the dumbasses put back in, and the good people get sacked. Like what happens every time in Studio City. Eric Previn proved it, didn't he? And you voted for a goat for council without a bar license versus Eric Previn, who you could have had on the horseshoe. Yes. So again, failure everywhere in Studio City.
That's time.
Barry, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to say to Lana that you only want to send past motions that are passed by the board to Jeff. So you essentially have to do that after the board meeting, not before, because sending him unvoted on motions is just going to lead to confusion. So wait till after the board meeting and then send it to him. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so motion 7A, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves up to $5,000 to be allocated to the Studio City Beautification Association for the Vineland Avenue medium improvement project. Again, this was something that the previous board approved, but because we were in a new fiscal year, the existing board needs to approve this motion. I would simply say that my preference is for the continuity of the SCNC, the previous board approved this. So hopefully we should as well too. Public comment as it relates to agenda item 7A. Mark Ridley Puppet for 1 minute. Go ahead. Yep.
Yes, all the hard work. And what do? You criticize her. Little Johnson there. Yes, he's criticizing. She's trying. She's trying to do all the heavy lifting. And who's helping her? Is it Gibson? Are you here helping her? And how about you, Kanye Kardashian there, the record producer, which we never knew we had on the board here. Finally, we have a record producer, yes. So, before the meeting ends tonight, I want to see proof you could play those keyboards, or you're known as a poser in the studio business. Now, as you see, Brandon has a studio. Yeah, see, he's a that's right, he's a producer, yes. Look at that. Don't you wish you could be so lucky? Yes, with the gaming chair. Exactly. Go Puppet Nose Passage and a payment of $100 stipend to the budget chair. She's doing good, unlike many of you.
Time.
Time has expired. Calling user 1. Go ahead.
Just for clarification, are we talking about 7A or 7B?
It would be 7A we're talking about right now.
Okay, I already talked about it with that underage woman. Mr. Freed, you're saying, how do you know she's consent of age? Did you try to date her or something? Sound a little hinky there. Thank you.
Phone number ending in 713.
Hi, this is Ruth. I just wanted to say in the past, the Studio City Neighborhood Council and I believe the Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Council have given $5,000 neighborhood purpose grants or community improvement project grants to unification committee known as the Village Gardeners, and they were supposed to maintain a bunch of areas in Studio City and Sherman Oaks, and they didn't. And then they tried to there were complaints that homeless people had taken over areas that were occupied, that were neglected rather, and it was never revealed that they were being paid thousands of dollars to maintain them, and that the neighborhood council that was hosting the sessions where people were complaining had paid for them to be maintained, and it was really the fault of the people that received the money, not the people that were existing in those neglected spaces. I actually got some trash cans emptied that had been overflowing for a year with the help of Jessica Fugat in the councilman's office. So I just wanted to say that please make sure that the work actually
Your time
gets
has
done.
expired. Seeing no other hands for public comment, we'll take committee comments. Adam Summer, your hand is up.
No, that was for before.
Okay, Scott?
Hi, maybe Kim can answer this one. So if this one gets approved for $5,000, what does that take our total down to? Of what we have in our, I guess, this 5, so we have 11.5. So what is this 5?
Point of information, I believe this is from the $10,000 carryover Randy mentioned.
Yeah, I understand that. But our total will go down. So what will our total be?
We can adjust the things that are in that financial packet in the budget at any time, so we can reallocate funds. So if you're worried about certain amounts coming out of things for neighborhood purpose grants this year, is that what your concern is, Scott?
Well, I understand we can shuffle those placeholder amounts, but what is our grand total? And then what will it be after 7A, assuming it passes?
It's 42,000 is what we have in total for a budget. So it's going to be 37 left after that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other board comment? Seeing none, Hearing none, let's bring it to a vote.
Okay, this votes for 7A. Kim Clements,
Yes.
Randall Freed,
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Lisa Karajian,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Brandon Moreno, yes. Richard Niederberg,
Yes.
Karen Sorrow, Karen,
Yes.
Adam Summer,
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Agenda item 7B, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves $5,000 for the SCNC's annual Luminaria event to be held at the Campo de Coenga Luminaria event. We'll take public comment on this. Call-in user 1 on agenda item 7B. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And you need to thank Gibson for this from Dunn. According to them, anybody could run for a board seat no matter what felony convictions they have. So it appears there's a board member, not at this board, at a different board, that's a convicted registered sex offender. I'm going to make sure I invite them over to go to this event. I think it'll be very nice for this individual to take pictures without you guys knowing about it, and then all of a sudden, oh Lord, you're with a sex offender that's registered, that's also a board member at another NC. You can ask Gibson about how they allow that. According to him, you need to be diversified. Isn't that nice? So I'll make sure I do that. That should be a gift from Dunn to you. Thank you.
Caller ending in 713. Go ahead.
Hi, I believe two homeless people died in the area of Campo de Coenga, and nothing's ever been said about it. And I have their names. Maybe they can be remembered at this event. Thank you.
Mark Ridley Puppet, go ahead.
Yes, and according to Dunn, sex offenders welcome. What a great thing, isn't it? You can be a sex offender or a registered sex offender, and there's many things you can't do. But not with the Department of Neighborhood Stupidity. No, you can join a board member, be near children, emailing minors, and it's perfectly okay. The city attorney loves it. Yes. Until it gets out to the media. Yes. And of course, the fucking media are part and parcel of City Hall. Like, for example, you take Mark Ridley Thomas, who I name myself an honor today, and look at the stupid shit the LA Times posts around him. Yes. He is not going to get paid, just like you. But the difference is he has a doctorate's degree. Mark Ridley deserves to get paid. Do any of you have a PhD from USC? No, I thought so. Well, I have a JD. No, you're just an ambulance chaser, asshole.
It's time.
Your time has expired. Barry, go ahead.
Hi, this motion is for our 10th annual Luminaria, 1 year late. It's been well attended for 9 previous times, except a couple years when we had rain. It's an event that has been well attended by people in Studio City. It's good outreach, and you say we have 42,000 budget. Well, most years we've spent half by the end of December. This is a December event, and we still won't have even spent half if you approve this by the end of December. So, here's our chance to be out there in the community. Finally. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Board comment.
Yeah, well.
Go ahead, Richard.
It's an event we've done it for, like I said, going on 10 years. Everybody seems to like it. It's some work to do and the board's involved, but it is a lot of fun to do. And we have music, we have dance, there's a children's area for their part inside the museum, and there's, I found it to be a very worthwhile exercise. And it's because we're producing ourselves and not sending it out to somebody else, any money not spent stays with the neighborhood council. And we've come in under budget every year. Thank you.
Abby, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to share that I before being a board member and just as I am a regular neighbor, before the pandemic, I went to the Luminaria. I've only been one time and I absolutely loved it. It's a family friendly, the carols, everything that it was that I saw, it was just a very nice ambience and activity. And I really enjoy also meeting other neighbors, other people from the community. And I feel that now that we're slowly getting back to normal, I think it will be good to see people. I'm not really out and about, but I'm looking forward to this event, to volunteer and to also meet others and to enjoy the holidays. I think it's a good way to bring people back and to share the joy of just the holidays and the ending of this another year and beginning a new one soon. That's all. Oops.
I'd like to
Is
say
there any other
something.
comment? Yep.
It reminded me something that Barry said, and going back to Scott's question too, we are several months into the new fiscal year, but because things have gotten off to a slow start, we're starting with the 42,000 budget, to be clear, but there are costs that have not yet been paid, our web services at $200 a month. And so, but we are very fortunate also as a council that CBS Radford gives us office space there so that we have few costs. So we're close to that amount though. So Barry probably was correct. By the end of the year, we will not have spent half, but I just wanted to clarify that since it's been a slow start to the fiscal year and payments of invoices and such. So that'll all get straightened out very quickly though, I hope. So where we are, we're on a good path at this point, now that a lot of things are getting approved tonight.
Thank you, Kim. I'll seeing no other hands at the moment. I'll just make my comment as it relates to Luminaria. The last year that Luminaria was held, well, yes, it did rain before the event, the day before, and maybe in the early morning before. So the ground was wet. For those of you that were on the board, we were out there, we set it up. It's a lot of work. And the truth is that in a community of 42,000 people, over the course of, I think 4 hours, Elisa will correct me if I'm wrong, please jump in. We had maybe 100 people over the course of that entire period of time. I think it's a great event if we had more numbers, and to spend $5,000 when we are coming out of a crazy past year and a half, and for an event that maybe perhaps in the beginning brought hundreds of people, perhaps maybe 1,000, but now didn't bring out that many people, and there are other causes perhaps that we could give our $5,000 to. At least for myself anyway, I have not seen anything about this event that would suggest that we're going to draw greater crowds this year, especially as COVID, quite frankly, is still in our midst. and we are dealing with, I don't know, for those who have kids, there's always, there's constant testing and there's constant concerns. And so for me personally, I don't think allocating $5,000 for this event is the highest and best use of our dollars. There are those in need and greater things we can give our money to. Karen, go ahead.
Hi, I just want to address some of those concerns. I do believe that people are ready to come out, and we don't know what it's going to look like in December. We're going to have more access to boosters. I think we don't have to gamble. We can go ahead and vote for this. And then if things tighten up and get worse, we can reallocate the money. So this is basically, a vote for what could happen, and the money, if it doesn't happen, can be reallocated. So I hope, we'll all just kind of hope for the best, be optimistic, and, let this community event happen. We've been, negotiating with the park, and they haven't been allowing events. I know the city's shut down, but I'm going back to work. I work in offices, people are working and, being in community. So, and I think it's really important for us to be face to face with the community. So I hope everyone will vote yes and know that it's not a gamble, that, if there's a problem, we can reallocate the money. Thank you.
Lisa, go ahead.
So I've gone through many years of the Luminaria, and I think it's a really great event. But I've always said, year after year, we have to come together and organize and really run it like it's a movie set, with a producer and a production manager and a coordinator. I think we've had some really good years with the Luminaria where we've had 400, 500 people show up, and we've had some lean years, of course. But it all comes down to all of us as board members really stepping in. And I know we already volunteer so much of our time, but it is such a great event. It's a lovely event. It's right at the beginning of December. It really kicks off the holiday season, in my opinion. And I think if we just really came together and organized, we could really have a lovely event and really promote with our new outreach committee can step in and get the word out as much as they can, and we can with our e-blasts. I think we'll have a very successful event. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Kim, go ahead.
Just a question, maybe I'm not sure Karen can answer, but I'm wondering how advertising has been done in the past, because I've been in Studio City a very long time and had never heard about it, but I'm wondering how it was done in the past and how the advertising of this event will be done this year.
I think it's been different every year. I know the patch has covered it. I'm sure that we can do much better this year. I'm sure we can, with Brandon's help, with all the, young people on the committee. I think it's just going to be bigger and better.
Okay, Abby, sorry.
Yeah, Abigail, that's fine. Also, just to add on to what Karen said in response to Kim, this year I'm new on this board, and I come with a good heart, trying to help just the neighbor and part of the community, just trying to help or just unite the community in terms of the cultural affairs. And from my part, Karen and I have been working on flyers, electronically, blast email, setting things on Facebook, on the neighborhood, Studio City Neighborhood Council Facebook platform. Nextdoor platform, thinking about how we can, if we're able to print flyers and mail them out, that would be great. If not, I'm hoping that maybe we know neighbors that have a Xerox machine and they can donate at least 100 copies, and then we can start mailing them out, get the word out. That is what we have been talking about, and really, really getting the word out more into the community. That's all.
Go ahead, Scott.
Hi, I volunteered for our Juneteenth, and the turnout was not that great, but that was probably a little too early in the COVID season. But what I'd like to ask is, before we vote, maybe just a quick show of hands, who's willing to go out for Luminaria and help and volunteer? Raise your hand. Commit.
That is a great point.
Come on, board, put your hands up.
Oh.
Then we'll vote on it. Thank you.
Oh, I love that, Brandon.
I'll be there. Adam, where are you?
I'll bring my husband. He's the other hand. He's the other hand.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment on this subject? I mean, board comment, forgive me. Okay. Not together, any other board comment? Let's take it to a vote.
Okay, this vote's going to be for 7B. Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
No.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Oh, why?
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Marino. Yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Woohoo!
I love the enthusiasm, and despite what some might call a Scrooge, I will happily volunteer as I did before. Okay.
Oh, you better raise your hand too. You didn't raise your hand, did you?
Actually, I did. Thank you.
Oh, I missed that. I missed that. Okay.
You're already partially volunteering because you have to deal with any elected officials that happen to wander in, and it's your job to.
That is correct. Thank you. All right. So motion 7C, the Board of Studio City Council approves $1,500 for Walking Man Inc. in consideration of invoice number F1730, which was the distribution of 10,000 flyers related to the previous approved NC election budget. Basically, I'm bringing this motion forward. It was approved by the last board. Flyers were distributed, but because a budget wasn't presented to the city clerk on time by our previous treasurer due to some medical issues he was personally facing, the vendor has never been paid, and the city clerk requires that the new board vote to approve the expense, even though it was previously approved. So is there a second for this motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Julie. Thank you very much. We'll take public comment. Public comment by Mark Ridley Puppet. Go ahead.
Yes, it looks like you have to mop up a big fucking mess. And who's doing the auditing and controlling this whole thing? Yeah. And again, don't you have too much on your plate already? And again, who can do this better? Now we see Scott, and we saw a large goblet. So it's 9/11, and you know what time it is? The drinking game. That's right. Go Puppet institutes the drinking game. The password, Braves. Go Braves. Every time you hear it, bottoms up. And Lisa, bring out the silver goblet. We know you still have it. What are you giving me? Oh, you can have that bottle of tequila over there in the corner. Yes. Okay.
Calling user 1, go ahead.
Well, I see nothing wrong with the motion, but what I do see a problem is, Mr. President, someone called you a Scrooge. I want to know the name of that board member asshole that called you a Scrooge. I want to file a complaint. I think it's racist and anti-Semitic calling you a Scrooge. What did you do wrong? People just blot that out trying to hurt you. That's terrible. They don't even have the couth to even identify themselves. I'm on the computer right now. I just need to know that board member's name so I can file a grievance. I think that's just wrong. Very anti-Semitic. They're like calling you a schnorr. That's disgusting. Thank you.
Okay, any board comment as it relates to this matter? Seeing, hearing none. Oh, Scott Mandel.
I just want to say we should pay our bills. That's all.
Thanks, Scott. Succinct and to the point. Let's bring it to a vote.
All right. This will be for 7C. Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Lisa. Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Marino. Yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone. I know that Jed of Walking Man will be very happy. Moving right along to Government Affairs Agenda Item 8. There are agenda items 8A, B, and C, and D, and E, so 5 motions. I would like to make a motion that we're going to vote on all 5 of those motions. They're all hopefully all of you have read them and are aware of where they are. I kind of think of them as a no-brainer. So I'd like to make a motion to vote on all of these motions. Here, sorry, my camera's off. To vote on all of the 5 of these motions in a block. So this is for those of you who follow the city. It's called the consent agenda. I don't utilize it, but at certain moments we can. None of these are financial matters. So the first motion would be to vote on all 5 agenda items as one motion. So approving all of them or disapproving all of them. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Jeff. Brandon, please call the roll. Again, this is to vote on all of the government affairs agendas as a block.
I have a question. Is this majority or 2/3?
It's a majority.
Okay. Kim Clements.
We're just voting on whether to vote as a block, correct?
We're voting on whether or not this consent agenda. Yes, we're voting. This is a motion that Randall's brought, and then we have to vote on the motion so we can vote on all of them as a block.
Okay, yes, then, yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Laura Corian. Laura?
Yes, I was like, should I, shouldn't?
No, there's no budget involved here. Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Marino, yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Oh, it's unanimous. We agree to the consent agenda.
Great. So we'll vote on all 5 of these motions at once. So what we're going to do, of course, because we have members of the public that wish to comment on these agenda items. So Barry, if you want to read through the 5 motions, and then we'll take public comment.
Okay, the first one, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council opposes Assembly Bill 339 to require all cities and counties greater than 250,000 to take public comment both in person and remotely via two-way telephone or the internet. This should be within the city's purview and not by state unfunded mandate. The second one, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council opposes any tolls on the 405 freeway high occupancy vehicle lanes, also known as Sepulveda Pass Express lanes, as proposed between the 101 freeway and the 10 freeway. The word freeway, in quotation marks, was created back in 1940 to describe tax-supported free public highways. Third, motion C, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 14-1635-S10 to investigate and enforce that over 35% of advertised short-term rental listings have been illegal since the home sharing ordinance went into effect. These illegal short-term rentals have removed over 7,300 housing units from the city's long-term housing market and continue to contribute to the city's lack of housing for its residents. Fourth one, D. The board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council opposes Council File 21-1083 unless amended to include both the ineligibility to apply for new licenses or change of address licenses within the boundaries of neighborhood council districts, in parentheses, like Studio City, for example, that have already reached their quota of Department of Cannabis regulation licenses, and a quota list for each community must also be supplied by DCR to all potential applicants before applying. And the fifth one, motion E, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 18-1246 to, number one, limit the impact and growth of dedicated rentals within limits on licensing. This can include a citywide cap on permits based on the historic number of vacation rentals and vacant homes in LA, or the percentage of the city's housing stock dedicated to this activity. Two, set higher standards and registration requirements for vacation rental and non-primary home permits. These could include higher registration fees and a stricter license revocation process. Three, include ways to incentivize short-term rental and vacation platforms to partner with the city on registration, data sharing, and three strikes enforcement against irresponsible hosts who repeatedly violate quality of life laws, including potential, in quotation marks, platform agreements that outline benefits for platforms for supporting the city's enforcement goals. It is critical to create clear rules and regulations to control the growth of this industry, protect critically needed housing for actual residents of Los Angeles, and address valid community concerns about abuses.
Thanks, Barry. So we'll take public comment. We have public comment from Mark Ridley Puppet. Go ahead.
Yes, too bad Gibson wasn't here. You had to take public comment first on your motion to create the consent calendar before you made it a consent calendar. Yes, now what are you going to do, Mr. Chicken? It's like the Atlanta Braves. Up, drink! Kicking the ass of the Dodgers, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Very good, yes. It has to be an alcoholic beverage, yes. And of course, as you know, you have to go back and reconsider the items because you're only giving me one goddamn fucking minute for 5 items. Well, that's 20 seconds each. That's like the Dodgers scoring 2 runs against the superior Atlanta Braves. Yes, there we go, another one. So, that's what we're going to do. Just wait till it gets till 10 o'clock and the booze begins to settle in. Goat Puppet, bringing liquor to the neighborhood councils. And I hope one day we can give you liquor licenses. So when we meet in person, Lisa could serve drinks over there at Studio City there. But they're going to sell the... Yes, but CBS will welcome us, yes. As we stammer to the cars in the garage there, yes. Drinking and driving.
Time has expired. Calling user 1, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. In reference to 8A, I have to thank Mr. Johnson for this motion. It's so nice. Since he has a JD also, he would have noticed that the governor vetoed it in its history. It's dead on arrival. But you're going to vote for something that's already moot. Why are you voting and going to do something on something that is moot? Isn't that called wasting time? Oh, but Mr. Barry's going to say, well, the law says so. Also, regarding 8 through this whole consent thing, I think when I read Previn versus City of Los Angeles, it kind of mentioned you can't do stuff like this. But you know what? That's for someone else to fight. I could really care less. And I really want to know who called you a Scrooge, Mr. President. That's really, I want to file a grievance against that board member. Thank you.
Time has expired. Barry, your hand is up. Okay, wait, Barry?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, all I was going to say was 8A is not going to the state legislature. It's going to our city council as a community impact statement and weighing in on our neighborhood council's view on this, that it should be within the city's purview and not a state unfunded mandate. Thank you.
Thanks. Board comment. Hearing, seeing none, we'll bring this to a vote. Again, we're voting as a block on agenda items 8A through 8E. Call the roll, please.
Okay. Kim Clements. Kim?
Yes.
Yes. Randall Freed.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Laura Corian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Marino. Yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes. All of
Great,
them
thank you.
motions.
Great, thank you very much. Moving right along, we're going to jump forward just because our committee chair, Barry Johnson, happens to be a chair of 2 committees. So we're moving to the Transportation Committee. He has motions 14A, B, C, and D, 4 motions. We will hear public comment on, I'd like to make a motion to vote on these 4 as a block. We can, so that's the motion. The motion is to vote on these 4 motions under agenda item 14 as a block. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great, seconded by Brandon. Public comment on that motion to vote as a block. Mark Ridley Puppet, go ahead for 1 minute.
Yes, I think it's a bad idea. It's a lot like the Dodgers trying to beat the Braves, for example. Yes, it's an impossibility. But you look at the oversized vehicles, I thought that attorney that got disbarred, that got back into service, I thought he filed a lawsuit against that towing restriction shit, didn't he? Remember that pain in the ass? He lives in Venice. Yes. So, is that what you want to do? Possibly be involved in litigation over the last item? But you don't give a fucking shit. You just want to ram them all together, bunching them. It's sort of like being a Nuri Martinez without the wig. Yes, that's what's happening with her. Her hair's falling out, trying to run that city council like you're trying to run this city council. Go through each little puppet motion at a puppet time, rather than bunching and confusing yourself. Because I'm going to tell Gibson. And what about Raquel Beltran? I'm going to tell her, your mommy, Raquel Beltran. I'm going to rat you out for this.
Time.
Like I did for...
Calling user 1.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On 14A, that's already been chaptered, and the city council file is a moot file right now. Also, I'd like to know who wrote this motion, because definitely the citation of Assembly Bill 43 is not part of the Harvard Blue Book, how I would write in a legal brief. Why are you writing outside the citation system, or at least something reasonable? Why is the Assembly Bill not hyperlinked also as a point of reference? Or is that something that Mr. Johnson says is illegal? So why is Johnson giving you all these moot issues to vote on? That makes sense to me. But you know what? According to Barry, I'm an asshole, I guess. And I want to know who called you a Scrooge, Mr. President. I demand to know. I'm going to send you a Public Records Act request. Thank you.
Barry, your hand is up.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can.
I was just going to say council files are never moot. They never go away. And we have some that we are entertaining this day that are from 6 years ago, because the council comes back and one of them makes a motion to update something. So us chiming in on something, it's never too late to get it on record, because you never know when it will come back.
Thanks, Barry. Okay, so if we can, call the roll, unless there was any board comment. The motion before us is to vote on the transportation committee motions as a block.
Okay, everyone ready? Kim Clements.
I'm actually a no on this one.
Was there a question? Does somebody have a question? Oh, Kim Clements, no. Randall Freed.
Yes. Yeah, of course. What else are you gonna do?
Hold on. Someone has their mic on.
Karen, you're.
Casually do it.
I think
Jeff
that's coming
Hartwick.
from Karen Sarah.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Laura Karian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Marino, yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. So go ahead and read the motions, please, Barry. Or if you want me to, I can. Whatever.
I can. So
ahead.
motion A, and by the way, motion A, B, and D are community impact statements as well. So here's
Great,
A.
thank you.
The board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 21-002-S134, a City Council resolution supporting Assembly Bill 43 to bring down speeds on streets where there are a high number of serious and fatal crashes. California's process for setting speed limits has proven to unintentionally increase speeds over time and often results in the city being mandated to raise speed limits on streets with an already high incidence of death and serious injury, which is inconsistent with the city's Vision Zero goals to eliminate traffic deaths. Motion B, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council requests Councilmember Paul Krikorian to make a motion to update the city street vending ordinance to include the daily requirement that street vendors operating right on the sidewalk leave that sidewalk clean, trash-free, and grease-free, sugar-free at the end of each day of business to prevent grease falls and filthy-looking sidewalks. Motion C, Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council requests Councilmember Paul Krikorian and the Los Angeles Department of Transportation to install a full traffic signal at Coldwater Canyon Avenue and Woodbridge Street due to the propensity of accidents at this intersection. Motion D, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 21-0956 to ascertain the current process for towing oversized vehicles in violation of posted signs, which are blocking travel lanes, thereby creating hazardous conditions. That's all.
Okay. Public comment. We have public comment from Mark Ridley Puppet. Go ahead.
Yes, don't they sound good? Yes. And we appreciate the no vote on the bunching. And thank you for that person that unmuted and said, of course, fried chicken will vote yes. That's good. Yes, we see the frustration with this lack of leadership. Bunching items together and not watching the Dodger game as they lose to the Braves 9-2. Yes. What is it that we're doing here? We have all of these items and no Gibson, no Dunn. But again, as you fuck up, that will be snitched on to the great Raquel Beltran. Yes, your mommy, it done. Shame on you guys for doing this. And what? We're only been here a mere 2 hours and 35 minutes so far. And still, we have not seen proof that Lisa can play those musical instruments behind her. Yes. And yes, we call those posers. Yes. You real musician? Or
It's
a
time.
That's right. We
Calling user 1, go ahead.
Mr. President, I was reading these motions and the grammar problems. I know you didn't write this. Let's use one example, like 14B. To update, it's supposed to be amend. Can you just educate some of these board members on, absolute terminology? And, a lot of prepositional issues on these motions, and this is just not your writing style. I'm going to consider this Barry's writing style, and I think I need to find out what high school he went to so I sue them, and if he went to college to get his money back from there. So there's just a lot of problematic grammar issues on this, and they just don't flow very well. And I just still, again, want to know who called you that name. Thank you.
We have public comment from phone number ending in 713. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Ruth. I wanted to comment on some of these motions, like the street vendors one. I don't know if anyone knows the history of the street vendors struggle to get legalized. Like they asked for a process that would allow them to get permitted from the city so that they could operate legally, because right now there isn't a process for them to do that, and it gives them constant headaches getting harassed by inspections and street services and sanitation. And they're really, they don't leave the sidewalks a mess. Many of them are undocumented, and this is just an opportunity to criminalize them. And they're just trying to make a living, and it's, you know, we should not be trying to make their lives harder. And then for the oversized vehicles, I know it says blocking travel lanes, but I feel like this is going to be used against ones that aren't. The city actually tows over 1,000 RVs a year, and half of them never get picked up, meaning that the people that lived in it maybe or used it now are on the sidewalks basically because they can't afford to retrieve it from the tow yard. So I don't support this. Thank you.
Hi, it's Barry. I just was going to say 14B and D are both for stakeholder safety more than anything. I personally have slipped on grease and had my shoes stick to sticky, sugary messes left behind. So I know from where I speak on this. And D is just about safety, where large vehicles are parked in parking lanes that are used for travel during rush hour. So again, safety for both B and D. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Barry. Go ahead. That concludes public comment. Abby Velasco, go ahead.
Hi, I just want to piggyback right on what Barry was mentioning in regards of the vendor issue. It's a health and safety issue. This is not to, and I strongly believe this is not to in any way state anything negative, or it's not against any type of citizen status. This is a completely only health and safety issue, especially now. We are still in the middle of a pandemic. Sure, we are trying to come out of it. Vaccinations are helping, but this is a health and safety issue. And again, I'm going to emphasize, we're in the middle of a pandemic. The pandemic should last about 2 to 3 years. Pandemic is not over. So we're taking precautions. And this is the vendor, and I forgot the code already, but this is a health and issue point that I believe Transportation Barry has written.
Great, thanks. Kim, go ahead.
Sorry. While I am all for B, C, and D, I have a problem with A. And I think the city already doesn't move. And I don't think the issue is speeds on certain roads. I just think it's reckless drivers. And in fact, I think if you lower speed limits, you're going to get people who are more impatient. And I have seen people, believe it or not, who have tried to get around others they felt were going too slow on blind curves on Mulholland Drive. I saw this the other night, which scared me. It was a near miss. So I don't think lowering speeds is the issue, and I think it's just going to slow us down, and I don't think it's going to help the issue that's being pointed out there, which are the accidents. I don't think it's the speed that's the problem. I mean, speed limits, I should say. It may be excess speed people are doing, but so I disagree with A, which is why I wanted to vote on this all separately. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Kim. Abby, you had another comment?
Yes, this is in regards to 14A. I just have a question. Is this regarding residential streets, or are we talking about freeways?
Barry? Well, I think the answer, I mean, I even think I can answer this. freeways are under the jurisdiction of the California Highway Patrol, not the city. Is that right, Barry?
Residential or?
Yeah, and I can give you a clarification on this. We have done probably 3 motions over the years on the fact that the state has a mandated formula which has increased speed limits on our streets. For instance, Colfax and Whitsett, with 1 lane in each direction, was mandated by the state to go to 40 miles an hour. Yet Laurel Canyon is 35 and has 2 lanes in each direction. This is all about stopping that formula that has arbitrarily raised speed limits because so many cars in the 95th percentile or whatever are going over the speed limit. And in effect, it makes the speed limits keep rising and rising every time they do this formula. And this formula was created for rural areas originally, and it just doesn't work in our cities. And this bill is an attempt to fix that problem that we have commented on in motion several times, as Randy can tell you.
Thanks, Barry. Karen, go ahead.
Hi, I just want to comment that we live on Colfax Avenue, and we've lost 2 cars because people were speeding here. Both of our cars were totaled when they were parked on the street. I would love to get something on our street to slow cars down. I also heard a very, very good story on public radio the other day about how speed does matter when it comes to pedestrian safety, and the lower our speeds are, the safer people are. So I just want to throw that out there. Yeah, I'm all for reducing, car speeds. Thanks.
Thank you. Julie, please.
Me and Nick kind of have no choice because snowboard land bag.
This is just a comment on top of that, is that I don't see speeds posted hardly anywhere. I'm teaching my son to drive, and we were trying to figure out how fast he was supposed to go on different streets when we were driving around the other day, and we couldn't find any signs. So I don't know how fast I'm supposed to go anywhere.
I concur with that.
I do too. That was going to be my next comment. Many streets, at least from the streets where I live, they don't have speed limits. And the streets where we live in Studio City, they're very narrow, and cars are zooming by. They're not even, because we're in a residential area, they're not even respecting stop signs. Their stopping is just slowing down, what they call California stop. And they're violating that. They're going super fast. So I am in support because we can save lives. And if you're in a rush, leave early. Leave your home early. This is California. A lot of traffic.
Richard Niederberg.
As far as speed limits are concerned, after a long time as a judge, I'd like to remind everybody that all of the freeway speed limits are absolute. They're written on the white signs. The residential area speed limits are not. Those signs are advisory, not the stop signs, the speed limit signs. So even if it says something, it may not be the final answer. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Seeing no other board comment, I'd like to bring this to a vote. And we're voting as a block. Brandon, go ahead.
Okay. This is for, I believe, 14A, B, C, and D.
Correct.
Kim Clements.
No.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Laura Corian.
Yes.
Laura? What?
Yes.
Okay. Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Marino, yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Aaron Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
No.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, thank you very much. We're gonna jump. Thank you, Barry. Have a good night. Going back to Agenda item number 9. Report from Luis Oliar, our homeless committee chair. Luis, are you still here? Let's take a quick look-see. There you are, sir. Please go ahead, Luis.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Can you
Luis
hear me?
still there?
Can you hear
Yep,
me?
we can.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'll be quick. Thank you, board, for the time. Basically, just a snapshot of what's happening with human life. We lost a gentleman. He was from the studios. He was an old timer that I had found sleeping by Radford Studio in his car for years, and substance abuse had gotten the best of him. So I was able to get him to the drop-in program. Antoinette was able to get him into bridge housing. This is probably 2 months ago. He fell out the same day and went back to his car, and then he went MIA for a while. We got him back, got him doing better, but he died about 2 weeks ago. So they're working on a memorial for him. I have another young man that tomorrow I'm going to pick up at one of the local encampments. He's called me. Jeff Hartwick went out with me, as the board probably knows or doesn't know, for Fridays for the last year and a half since the Carter injunction, under the auspices of my church and now under the auspices of the neighborhood council. I go out Fridays to get information so I can provide that to my committee so we can make good decisions on what the committee is designed to do and report to the board and also the city, county, and state and faith-based and nonprofit leaders around Studio City so they can do a good job. But this young man in particular kept in touch with me, and he, through LA Family Housing, was able to get into housing, but he chose to go the rehab route. They gave him an option, which in housing would be in conjunction with that rehab. So he fulfilled that. He called me through the whole course of the rehab over I can't remember how many, 60 days or so. And he was out, and he called me today, coincidentally, and he's back out on the street because the housing part of the deal that he made never came through. So I'll pick him up, and the Antoinette from the Studio City neighborhood drop-in is going to be at the St. Charles, which is over there at the cathedral. And Randy, I know that's why you asked me to take this chair, because I know all those people. I've worked with them for decades. And so she's going to do her best to try to get him off our street again and in there. I share that with the board so you can understand that we're trying to identify bottlenecks sometimes that are occurring, where I'll be speaking to Ken Kraft standing at tiny homes, and there is capacity there. And then I'll be working with the Studio City drop-in program, and they've got folks that I know are absolutely willing to go into housing, and we can't get them in. So those relationships that are required to identify those bottlenecks and resolve that are in the works right now. I don't want to report on that just yet, but that is something that I'm doing. I have a background in systems development and figuring out what's holding things up. So that's a good thing. In regards to the HMST program, that's going to be probably implemented, implemented at the beginning of the year. There's another program that is coming through the city where we have outreach teams that I can't remember the acronym, but that's also being implemented. In addition to the Studio City drop-in program, those folks are being employed now. So it's a labor of love where you have seniors and you have young people who it's creating jobs. And these are the people that, like the scenario I described, when it comes to just getting that ride to someone on the street willing to get help or to do something like we're doing tomorrow with this young man who was dropped out, those programs are vital to to help people, to truly help someone through the recovery process. So we want to continue to support those programs as best as we can. The Greenway motion went through, and so it looks like this Friday I was called by the neighborhood across from Greenway Riverwash, along with the city representatives, to start about the preliminary implementation of the beautification of that, how it's affiliated with the homeless. So they invited me to that. UCLA students have been calling me to understand what we're doing. Harvard Westlake has been calling me. So Some of you know I'm a teacher by heart, and so I've been a part of that, and that's been great. I have another gentleman who approached me through a family member who has been homeless in Venice, downtown, and also in the valley. He has been clean and sober for 3 weeks, and he's now an outreach specialist. And he's going to come out with me on Friday so I can get in a little deeper, as they say, Randy, to understand the plight of some of the challenges that our homeless folks are going through. I was approached by the Toluca Lake Neighborhood Council from their president, who asked me to speak at their neighborhood council meeting because he liked what was happening in Studio City. I was also able to talk to their committee members. They're calling me, Randy, I'm just letting you know, and asking me for some consultation. And so what I've been able to do, since the majority of the highly populated areas of Studio City are right there at the borders of Toluca Lake, I've been able to identify those jurisdictions when it comes to city, state, and the county. And as you guys have discussed and understand, they could be in close proximity of each other. And the nature of who's responsible to get help out there boils down to kind of like, you know, remember with our siblings, when I'm not going to clean that side of my room, that's his side of the room, and I'm not going to clean it. And it really boils down to that kind of, it's not my problem. Well, because of the fact that I'm doing it reports Fridays to the committee, and then I also include the state and the representatives of these departments, I'm just doing what I've been trained to do, Randy, and that's help people do their jobs. And I'm letting them, they're getting eyes on the ground real time. And you know me, I never discredit anybody. I don't talk about anybody personally. I'm just saying, this is what's happening. This is in your jurisdiction. Can you help us? And it's shining that light on the whole thing. And even the border at Toluca Lake seems to be doing some good. So I'm just going to keep, staying on course with that. I did notice I'm running into a lot of chronic homeless folks that are, let's say, by park and ride, went to Grant High School, guys that are local guys. So I know that that's always a big part of the home. They're being imported in here. I'm just letting you know, I'm running into a lot of local valley people that are on the streets. Okay. Not the only part of the population, but the ones that I'm running into in those areas have been local. And that's it. That's just really my focus, is to get the medical team strong. If the county has those medical teams and substance abuse specialists and the mental health specialists, which we've heard the sheriff's department here, I'm basically saying, well, where are they in this particular area for these particular people? Same with the state, same with the city. And that's pretty much what I've been doing, and I'm just going to keep doing what I've been doing.
Well, that's really great. Interestingly enough, we have a number of people who have, as soon as you began to speak, miraculously joined our meeting. Happy to have them all here. So we'll take public comment first. What we'll do, Luis, is we'll take all of the comments / questions, and then after, so I control you to take notes, and then you can respond to whatever you feel is appropriate once we've heard from everyone. And I'll just say personally, before we go to that, thank you. I know, quite frankly, I'll tell the board, I've heard a couple people, from a couple stakeholders that have attempted to suggest that the SCNC does not take the issue of homelessness seriously, as I said in my opening remarks. And I think the fact that we have you, someone who has been a lead outreach worker for a spa to provider, and someone who consistently week after week after week is not in the halls of City Hall pre-pandemic or on Zoom pontificating on policy. You are out on the street talking to those most in need, listening most importantly, and trying to mobilize and get our city services to help the most vulnerable. So thank you. It's very admirable. It is not easy work, and it's greatly appreciated. With that, we'll go to public comment. We have public comment from calling user Number 6, you have 1 minute to speak. Go ahead. Hello? Calling user 5, go ahead. Mark Ridley Pepe, go ahead.
Yes, and apparently somebody was playing their music once. Well done. And we see the real people on the street. And I have somebody homeless here. Tommy, would you like to?
Yeah, I don't work. I just don't want to get up in the morning. It gives me a headache. Oh, I just lay and shit in my pants and roll around, and I get EBT, and I just get everything free. I camp in the street. So I want the rest of you to support me and get up in the morning. I'm just not into that. I just want to sit on my ass and camp wherever I want to. I want to be free range, like a goat. Back to you.
Yes, thank you. So that's what it is. Feral humans. Yes, they don't want to get up and shave and get a job. They just want to sit on their fucking ass and camp where they want.
Time.
Let's camp and have it all free.
Calling user 1, go ahead.
I think that was a very direct and to the point report, Louis. I commend you, but unfortunately, Dunn's going to probably try to fuck you over on your good work because that's their job. But I appreciate your insight and follow through, and it sounds like you're a person that's more proactive than reactive, and that's very very rare these days. So Dunn's going to definitely shit all over your face for being proactive and trying to resolve issues rather than saying, oh, I'm the solution looking for a problem. Thank you.
Phone number ending in 713. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Ruth, your ruthless neighbor. I'm one of the homeless people in Studio City. I've been involved with the neighborhood council for at least a year now. I started going to the homelessness committee meetings and not turning on my hand up to speak because I was like reading in the comments about people like Scott Mandel saying he doesn't want any homeless people here. He wants to make them all go away. Luckily, Andrew Silver is the person who took those thorough comments and put them in the agenda, or I'm sorry, in the minutes, that I knew that I was not safe to speak. And I encourage everybody to please like ask homeless people what we think of the homeless committee and what we think of the chair. And I don't have anything against Louise. I don't know him. I've never met him. I'm homeless, so you'd think I would have, but I haven't. My email is ruthlessruth@gmail.com. I appreciated that Andrew Silver opposed 4118D. Last time it was up for vote. Someone who opposes our criminal is helping us.
Barry, go ahead. Barry?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't raise my hand for this one.
Okay, no problem. Thanks. Board comment. Please, Julie, go ahead.
First of all, I would just like to thank Luis for his incredible work, which he's been doing for 10 or 15 years. I don't really know, but we're very blessed to have him with us now. And just add one thing, which is that we do have a replacement for Jessica Fugate. Her name is Lorraine Diaz. And she assured us at the last homeless committee meeting that she would help with these problems with systems, you know, of this person. The story that you told at the beginning, Luis, was pretty heartbreaking about the guy that got clean and then couldn't get into housing. And she did assure us that she was going to help with that. So I just want to mention that to everybody, and that we do have a new person who seems like she really wants to help, and that I hope she will. That's it.
Okay. Any other board comment? Hearing none, seeing none, we will thank you very much, Luis. Appreciate it. Continuing the great work. We'll move to agenda item number 10. Our land use committee has a number of motions. Lisa Karajian, go ahead.
Randy, aren't I supposed to respond to the comments?
Oh,
yeah.
Yes. If you, I apologize.
Okay.
If
Well,
if you'd like to respond, you can go ahead.
Yes, the first one I want to respond to Ruthless Ruth, and I think I put ruthlessruth@gmail.com. But if you go on the Studio City Neighborhood Council calendar, look under the homeless, the last homeless meeting, and on the agenda, my email is there. It's loliart@studiocitync.org, and I will respond to you. Okay, and thank you. The other thing is, I wanted you to know that at my committee meeting, I did hear you in regards to people from the street being present. It's been very difficult to get someone on the meeting because, you know, phones go out and things like that. But I do have a commitment from the gentleman that I spoke to, who I'm trying to get into housing after getting dropped out, to be able to tell his story. And so, but that's not going to be until December. So I'm doing my best there. Plus this outreach specialist that is going to be going out with me, that's been on the street for years. And I know him personally. So he'll be there also. And that representation was due to you voicing your, making public comment at my last meeting, if I'm not mistaken. In regards to Andrew Silver, I know Andrew well, and those meetings that he had here at the rec room in my church, at the church. I was able to get the church to donate that space for those meetings. So I know about that work. So I'm here. If you need anything, I'm available. Julie, in regards to Lorraine Diaz, the reason I didn't elaborate about working through the bottlenecks is people say a lot of things and they're always well-intended, and everybody's well-intended. Everyone's doing their best with what they can, but I know the cold, cruel realities of what goes on. And so before I kind of started naming names and talking about that, just know that that dialogue with those people that we talked about is in the works, and action's already been taken to help the betterment of that. I saw someone said, you know, watch out, they're gonna come after you, this and that. Look, I've been in Studio City for 20 years, and I remember I was asked to run for something maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and it was such a mockery of local government and embarrassing that I just had to leave. I couldn't believe how bad it was. And then time has gone by and time has gone on and things have happened. And look, we've all evolved. Homelessness has overwhelmed everybody on every single level. We're all learning. And then basically Randy came out when I was at Greenway and working, and he picked up trash with me. He held the bag and I dumped trash in there. And basically we talked extensively. And whether our viewpoints were the same or not, he realized that, hey, together we'll be stronger and we'll figure it out. So I'm not trying to say kumbaya, my lord, or anything like that, but everybody's adapting. And as far as I can see, me being in this position is some sort of progressive change on what's happening here in Studio City. So I appreciate that. And if the committee doesn't find me doing a good job, then they should do those things and get rid of a guy. But in the meantime, I'm just going to stay true to what I know how to do. Okay. And I think that answers all the questions, right?
I think it does. Thank you very much. Very well said.
I gotta go, Randy. Thank you. Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye.
If I could join you. No. All right. Have a good night.
Take care.
Okay. So moving right along, Lisa Karajian, Land Use Committee, take it away.
Hi, everyone. So, yeah, from homelessness to first world problems. The board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports case number ZA 2021-6930 MPA and the request for a hearing waiver for Roberta's Pizza, a master plan approval to allow the sale and dispensing of beer and wine only in conjunction with a 1,493 square foot restaurant with 22 indoor seats and 14 seats on a 316 square foot patio dining area located in the shops at Sportsman's Lodge with hours of operation from 11 a.m. to midnight daily, connected to Master Plan ZA 2020-4944 MCUP. Address is 4220 Coldwater Canyon, number 116, Studio City, California, 91604. So in this unit, number 116, will be Roberta's Pizzeria. They are from New York, Brooklyn, specifically from the neighborhoods of Williamsburg and Bushwick. They started in LA with several pop-ups throughout the city before expanding into Culver City. And they are now moving into the shops at the Sportsman's Lodge in Studio City. Per the owners, after surviving the 2020 COVID pandemic, the owners of Roberta's has decided to take the next step with their business by expanding and applying for a beer and wine license. So that's the application. Basically, it's the hours of operation and to be able to allow the sale and dispensing of beer and wine. That's about it. Matthew Mello, the representative, is present. Should there be any questions that I can't answer?
Great. We'll take public comment. We have public comment for 1 minute on agenda item 10A by Mark Ridley Puppet. Please go ahead for 1 minute.
Yes. You took our beautiful sports lodge and turned it into a cesspool of drinking. What a horrible thing. The legacy of the goat puppet, the goat master, and Martin Krikorian, the drunk. No bar license, no bar license. And his remodel without permits, leaving the stain of filth on Ventura Boulevard. What used to be a beautiful bucolic driveway now looks like a bunker in the middle of Tel Aviv, filled with liquor licenses. Drinking up overpriced pizza and overpriced booze. As you get drunk, run out of money, and become homeless, living in a tent down by the LA River. What a horrible future for Studio City. What a shame when CBS leaves and takes all the jobs with them to Canada. Horrible.
Any board comment? Oh, any board question? I have a question, but we'll let the other board members go first. Richard Niederberg, go ahead.
You're muted.
You're muted.
I know this is just a 41 license, not a 47 license. Therefore, it's just beer and wine. It's no hard liquor. Thank you.
Jeff.
Just a quick question about the closing hour. I guess it's till midnight every day. Is that aligned with any other restaurants there, the midnight cutoff on a daily basis, or is that later than most restaurants? Can you suss that out for me?
Lisa?
Thank you. My dog was barking. My apologies. So yes, it does fall in line. It is under the MCUP that I did call out the zoning numbers for. And so far we have approved Erewhon Market open until midnight, Sugarfish until midnight and 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Hi Ho Burgers until midnight. Paseo Uovo until 1 a.m. Tokaya until midnight. So it does fall in line. I did send them the conditions for service industry establishment in Studio City, the conditions that they have to sign to abide by all the 20 conditions that we have set out. I haven't received it back from them. I'm not sure it fell through the cracks or whatnot, but I'm sure after tonight, I'll be receiving those conditions to have it part of their packet. And so it is only 22 indoor seats inside and 14 seats outside. I'm sorry, Randy, were you about to say something?
No, no, it's okay. Thank you. We'll do, I think there's another hand for public comment. Peter Cole, go ahead for 1 minute.
I believe at the meeting, and I could be mistaken, that the other location was open till 11 p.m., not 12. And I think the developer, the applicant said 12, but I believe when I went to the website, it said 11. And I just don't know how to square all this where the developer is allowed to be unresponsive to our concerns about sound. I don't want to penalize any of these stores. They all deserve to do whatever business they need, but the developer needs to stand behind the concerns of the neighborhood that's 150, 200 feet from these businesses. And moving forward to the other item about the Sportsman's Apartments, I find it hard to then be so adamantly against the size of what they're building when we're allowing all of this commotion right next door. Anyway, thank you.
Actually, go ahead, Scott. You can go first. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks, Randy. At the last, sort of following up on Jeff and what Peter just said, at the land use meeting, the hours were brought up and we were told by, I think her name is Marcella, that the other shop is also open till midnight. And I just looked on the website and the website says they close at 10. So I think it was either misinformation or the website's wrong about that. And I was just wondering, and I think I've made this comment before when we were advocating for waivers. I have nothing against the pizza place or any of the other establishments. I just don't feel like I want to support a waiver against any of the city building process whatsoever, even if it's COVID related. We all have to deal with that. We all have to go through what the city requirements are. And I just don't see why we have a dog in that fight. I know they can ask for it, but I don't understand why we are even participating in that. Thanks.
Because we are an advisory body, and when an applicant, since I am a business representative also, as well as a board member who represents stakeholders too, that I do have to listen. And if I can do something about it to speed up the process in the planning stage, I will. And it's up to you to vote for it or not.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay, I have a question. Actually, Scott stole my thunder, but then you said something that perked my interest. The hearing waiver was your decision, or is it because there's a backlog in the city? I remember a little while ago in the last board meeting, I was opposing a hearing waiver because the city said they were backed up. Though using digital media and Zoom, you think it would be a little more, they'd get more things done because people don't have to be in one place physically at the same time. They could be in different places and speed up the process, but that's just my naivety. I don't understand exactly how the process operates. So can you explain, if I may ask the chair a direct question, Mr. President, is the hearing waiver the decision of the vendor because
Fine.
the city is backed up with their
Correct.
logs?
Correct. And they want to be able to open their establishment along with all the other shops that are getting ready to open. It is not my idea. They come to me with this information. I do not overstep my bounds and add anything of my own.
I think it's worth noting, by the way, that the premise, though, of the hearing waiver, and again, as Lisa said, you can vote for it or against it, is that because their hours are within the already approved hours of the master use permit, that is why they're asking for the hearing waiver, or that's the justification of the hearing waiver. If they were asking for something that was beyond the already approved master use permit, for example, right, they couldn't get it, or they couldn't ask for a waiver. But that's part of one of the tools to. It's like if the overall project was already approved for later hours. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lisa. They're saying, hey, what we're asking for is less than what was already approved for the entire project.
That's
Therefore,
right.
can we skip this? Can we skip this step, because presumably they're going to get it in the hearing anyway, because it's within the confines of the master use permit.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
You're welcome. Public comment by, or sorry. Is there any other board comment / question?
I just wanted to mention something. According to the website, just to piggyback right on what Brandon was mentioning, this business appears to be in Culver City, and the hours are into 10 p.m. So just
that's right.
Echoing.
So there are certain restaurants that are in let's say Woodland Hills at the new Warner Center that have another location in Santa Monica, and they have 2 different hours. Some restaurants are in Beverly Hills and some are in downtown LA. They have different hours. Should the applicant request different hours, they can apply for those hours.
They did tell us at the land use meeting that it was the same as their other establishment, and it's not. That was my point.
Okay, thank you.
And just one more thing. I just don't see our Roberta's in Studio City or a nearby area.
It's not open yet.
Huh. Okay, thank you.
I think that it's worth noting that any business that's coming to a large project is going to, that's why when we had our hearing regarding our advice about the master use permit is so important, because any tenant, any business owner, and I'm just speaking as owning a business, owning a bar, myself, you look to the conditional use permit or the master use permit, and you're going to ask. Doesn't mean you're going to get it, but usually you do. Usually do get it if you're asking for something that's within or under the umbrella of the master use permit, then you're going to ask for it. That doesn't necessarily mean the business will remain actually stay open till midnight. They may not stay open till midnight, but they're building that in, because the truth is that they're building value into their conditional use permit that attaches to their liquor license, because it has greater hours. So that's why when there's a development project and we vote on a master use permit and hours, it's why there's a ripple effect. But specific to this, to just narrow it back down to the motion, this is regarding.
But that's a very good point, though, Randy. Thank you for chiming in. I really appreciate that, because the master plan does state the hours until 1 a.m. So it doesn't necessarily mean that Roberta's is going to stay open until midnight every night. After a few months in, they might reconsider. There isn't that much traffic. There isn't that much business. So they will quite possibly close at 11, 10:30, 10 p.m. I'm not sure, but to have the leeway to be able to stay open until midnight falls in line with all the other restaurants that have already been approved with the same hours.
Right. Is there any other board comment on this?
Yeah,
Julie.
one more thing is that the
Oh.
Silver City has a type 47 license, full liquor. This only has a 41. I think that's an improvement.
Right, thank you.
Have any of the other establishments had to go to the hearing that we're requesting the waiver for? Or have all of them been within the MPA and they've all got waivers, whether we were supportive of it or not?
No, several got in just in time. Hilo requested for a waiver, and as is Roberta's. Julie, did you have a question? I'm sorry, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just had a question. I'm not against this because it's already established within that community. So I don't see why we would give them something less than everybody else has gotten. I just have a question because I know you're very familiar with Studio City. I was just looking at a few places that I eat. I never eat at midnight, but it seems like a lot of places in Studio City close by 10:30 or so. So I was just curious what the thinking was about the later times in this particular complex.
Again, the applicant applied for their master plan, and that's what they asked for. The city went ahead and put it in their application along with them, and that's what they got. But again, there are several restaurants also and bars that do stay open until midnight, like Black Market, Mr. O's.
Those are two that I just looked at, and they were earlier. Those are two places that I like to eat. I don't know. I'm not going to fight this because I feel like the ship has sailed. But when I'm looking online at these, they close.
But I think that therein lies, again, as what I was saying, is that it's important to, just because the liquor license may allow them to stay open to a certain hour, doesn't mean that the business will necessarily stay open to that hour. And also,
Yeah.
I can just tell you anecdotally that a number of operators of bars have actually reduced their hours, even though they're open again, because of labor shortages. It's a lot harder to hire bar staff. And so a number of businesses have just tightened up their hours unless it's like the weekend. But again, it goes back to, yeah, and again, people can vote against this if they feel that's appropriate. I'm just pointing out that if you're under the umbrella of a permit, then why, as a business owner, would you not apply, even if it's not your initial intent? It might be, but your initial intent to open to the max, you're still going to ask for it because that CUP attaches to your liquor license, and so that's value, right? I have a liquor license, and my liquor license is a very old grandfathered liquor license in the city of Burbank, where it's located, and we have almost no conditional use issues. We can serve alcohol from 6 a.m. until 2 a.m. if we wanted. We don't, because of a number of business decisions that we make, that I've made with my business partner. But our license gives us that flexibility if we wanted it, because it's such an old license. So it's understandable. It's understandable that a business owner is going to ask for close to the max. Again, we don't have to agree with that or not, and I want everyone to vote their conscience, but I want also people to understand the point of view of a business owner.
Thank you, Randy.
In this.
It is a pizzeria. Let's keep that in mind.
Yeah. Okay. With that, any other comments? You want to vote on it, Lisa? I think we can bring it to a vote.
Yes, please.
Are you ready for the vote?
Yes.
Yep.
This is for 10A. Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Laura Corian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
No.
Brandon Marino. Yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to motion 10B, residences at Sportsman's Lodge. A multifamily residential commercial mixed-use development proposing to demolish existing hotel and parking facilities for the construction, use, and maintenance of a 650,996 square foot mixed-use development within 3 buildings up to a maximum height of 94 feet, including 520 multifamily residential units, inclusive of 78 units restricted to very low income and 45,945 square foot of commercial floor space and 1,385 parking spaces in a 3-level subterranean garage. Case number CPC 2021-7012-DB MCUP WDI SPC, SPP SPR VHCA, located at 12805 to 12835 West Ventura Boulevard. Also 4218 to 4220 Coldwater Canyon Avenue, Studio City, California, 91604. The motion reads as whereas this site is historically and culturally significant, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council requests Councilmember Krikorian to request a full EIR report along with a historic resources report and a cultural resources report submitted prior to demolition of the site. There are links attached there. I hope everyone had a chance to take a look at their initial application. So the initial documents, which have already been submitted with planning, are pretty comprehensible. Comprehensive. So it is very detailed, which already includes, the packet is very detailed and very complicated and includes a lot of information, including environmental assessment, initial environmental assessment, and the entitlements that they are requesting. So we're just going to be taking it step by step and moving forward with it. I thought that it would be good to go for the EIR with Councilman's office. I'm sorry?
Oh, sorry, my back was hurting.
It's okay. So, so far, planning staff has just started going through the package. And at the time when I spoke to them last week, they had just been looking at the zoning aspect of the project and had not gotten to the environmental impact aspect of it just yet. So, you know, my thoughts were initially, because it is such a large project and it is going to have such an impact when this building does get demolished, that I thought that a full EIR was something that needed to be done for the information that would garner us. So they are requesting approval, and most likely, just most likely, I want to set everybody up, will be granted density bonus incentive waivers for 5 off-menu incentives. Okay, so I'm just setting everybody up right now for what's to come in the future and what you need to be thinking about. They're asking for a waiver of transitional height. So what's allowed on that north side of Ventura Boulevard in the specific plan is 30 feet. But they are requesting a height of 94 feet, 8 stories high. They are requesting a 35% increase in FAR. So that's the floor area ratio. So what's allowed there is 1.0.1, and they're requesting 2.83.1. So that's in lieu of 0 foot rear yard, though they say it is more like 20 feet, even though I've read all in their paperwork that in their application that it's 0 feet, and reduced side yards as well by, I think, 8 feet. So because they are going to provide, just so you are aware, because they are going to provide 78 very low income, affordable, restricted apartment units, they most likely, and they just might, be permitted by state density bonus law. And the city's implementing ordinances, the code in LAMC 12.22.8.25, that they just might win this argument. So I just want to let everyone know, all the stakeholders, I know a lot of people are here for that. There are going to be many, many opportunities for stakeholders to comment along the way for the entitlements, for the environmental documents and density bonus. It will go to Plum Committee for recommendation for City Council, and also yet another opportunity when it goes to City Council itself. So there is a tentative initial hearing that's set right now. I will confirm this as we move into November, of December 15. I think everyone needs to write that down, excuse me. So there is an initial tentative hearing date of December 15 with the hearing officer for the sportsman's entitlements and environmental document and public record will be open until mid-February. And at which point it will end up with the Planning Commission. So those are my thoughts right now. So asking, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. I appreciate that. I want to point out, number one, that Ben Besley from Midwood Development is with us as well. Number two, my understanding from the developer, so everyone knows, and given as you stated multiple times at the beginning of your intro, this is a large, complex project, and it would seem, at least to me, most appropriate, and this is my understanding from Ben Besley, that they are more than happy to meet in whatever manner the SCNC feels appropriate, whether it's a town hall or whatever, to present, or a standalone meeting where they can present their project and all of its complexities and visuals, etc. Take stakeholders' questions, so that we as a advisory body kind of really get the full picture and full story of what this project is, both the good and the bad, however we each choose to hear it, and more importantly, that we get to hear from stakeholders in and around the project and within Studio City, so that we can echo their concerns, and ultimately their support or opposition to the project. But the motion before us to keep us back on track is as it relates to an EIR and a historical and cultural report. So we're going to start with public comment for 1 minute, starting with Mark Ridley Puppet. Go ahead.
Yes. Decades of fraud, millions of dollars of campaign donation, money laundering, and schemes. And you finally did it. You put a knife into the heart of our beautiful hotel, and then you're going to do it to Weddington Golf. There'll be nothing left. All the nice things are gone. And who's going to be bagging up the money and leaving? Randy will go to his liquor license in Burbank, and Krikorian will leave to his new post in Reseda so he can fuck that up too. So, okay, everybody, this is what you voted for. You wanted a goat as your council member. Paul the goat herder Krikorian has destroyed all of you. And you have nothing but yourselves to blame. But Goat Puppet will defend Encino and will save Encino, but he won't let any of you in.
It's time.
Public comment from phone number ending in 713. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Ruth. I wanted to first of all point out I heard the word master plan used a few times. Please try to stop using that language. It's racist. Second of all, the shops and the residences at the Sportsman's Landing having 78 restricted affordable units is amazing. However, I think that we're failing to remember that hundreds of homeless people were living there at the Sportsman's Lodge, and they aren't permanently housed yet. So we should remember that they're not necessarily displaced, but they're not necessarily housed either. And also that Krikorian, our councilman, being in charge of the budget, he could purchase via hillside vias with public these eminent domain to obtain them, and instead he's choosing not to, and that's going to leave more than 100 units worth of families that are living there homeless also. And they've come to our district several times to protest against this, and we should really be paying attention to them and pushing him to obtain that building via eminent domain. Thank you.
Lana Ford, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. I would like to ask that the current renter representatives pay particular interest to this matter and really invest yourself in understanding the implications and the unprecedented work that's going to be going on that may have some benefit to our community, but there are going to be some growing pains. But I, as a former participant with the neighborhood council and a former renter representative, I really would ask that our representatives invest themselves in understanding what that affordable unit situation means. It is 80%, I think it's 80% of, no, it's 50%, excuse me, of the median income in Studio City. And the application process is going to be very strict as well. So thank you very much for being on top of this. And I support this motion for the EIR.
Thank you. Peter Cole.
Hi, I believe with a past board, when the affordable housing issue came up, a couple people dug into it and found that there really is no oversight as to who ends up with these units. So I would say that's something that for this to be real, we should look into what the city actually has to make sure that people that need these units get these units, as opposed to friends and family of developers. Also, I'm no stranger to this developer, and I will say that I have not seen any spirit of cooperation from them with the neighborhood. Just as something as simple as getting a light turned off, which he agreed was, quote, an oversight, he won't do. I mean, if he's redesigning it, then turn it off so we don't have to look at it. So then we go back to Project Room Key and security. A lot of word salad has been coming from this developer. And to make the neighbors on this my particular street happy, it really wouldn't take that much money to fix the problem. So anyway.
Randy, can we please ask Ben to speak for?
Yeah, he's gonna. So after we get all the public comment, he's the closer, if you will, until board comment.
Okay.
But yes, he will speak. I see his hand raised. Terry, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Okay. I was wanted to comment on the historical aspect of this. If I'm not exactly sure what your reasoning is for wanting that part of EIR, because if it is going to be handled by the councilman's office, I think you can expect the same thing that happened to us just recently with Weddington, where the councilman himself asked for a change to the nomination and gave the developer exactly what they wanted. So if your goal with the historical nomination is to do what can be done to preserve what historical aspects of the property exist, then you're better off having that being done by an independent person. And I would volunteer, Lisa, if you need some help with that.
Oh, excellent. Can we talk tomorrow, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Barry, go ahead.
I just wanted to say it's common practice for developers to ask for way more than they will ever get. Keep in mind the specific plan from Whitsett to Coldwater on both sides of the Ventura has a height limit of 30. I believe even with affordable units that could go to 41 feet. Anything higher is going to take exceptions to the specific plan. And believe me, the City Planning Commission, the South Valley Planning Commission, both listen heavily to the surrounding community when exceptions to that plan are asked for. And that plan may be being tweaked right now, but it's not, nothing's changing on the height limits, nothing. So beware. It's like politicians who try to keep telling you the same thing over and over that's false until they get their unsuspecting public to believe them. So don't just believe them because they say it over and over again. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you, Barry. Okay, we have Ben Besley. Go ahead.
Am I unmuted?
You are. We can hear you. Thank you.
Very good. Well, first of all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to respond here. And as you all know, my name is Ben Besley. I'm with Midwood and the Sportsman's Lodge. First, wanted to say thank you to the board for approving the previous motion and supporting our tenants at the shops at Sportsman's Lodge. We really appreciate it. And thanks a lot to Lisa for bringing the project to the Land Use Committee last week. We had a really good conversation, and I think that's what has led us to this meeting here this evening. So I'm going to try to keep my comments brief, and let me start by saying that what I'd like to focus on is this specific motion to request an EIR, and not try to address all the questions about affordable housing and height and noise and setbacks and stories and all that other stuff. This is a, what we're proposing is a very significant project, and we completely understand that. Trying to answer these questions at 10:30 on a Wednesday night with the long end of a very long agenda, I can't do it. You all and your constituents in the neighborhood council deserve a lot more time than this. So let me just say that first, we had assumed and still do assume that the meeting we had last week with the land use committee was the first of many, and anticipate and welcome, at the discretion of the land use committee or this board, we'll have meetings as frequently and in whatever size group, we need to. So I think that's the way we can really address some of the specific questions and general questions about, all the issues.
Sorry to interrupt, Randy. Is this still public comment at 1 minute? Because time's up. Are you gonna have to open up public comment again?
He can keep going since he's the he's the
Very good.
representing the subject matter that we're making a motion on.
All right, thank you very much. I'll just wrap it up really quickly. I think what I would like to request in this case is that this motion be tabled. And the reason I'm requesting this is I think that it is premature and not necessary at this point. And the reason I say it's premature is that, we had a great conversation last week at the land use committee meeting, talked about a lot of these issues, did not get to, didn't get into the historical or cultural issues that, that we're talking about focusing on with NEIR, number one. Number two, the reason I think it's unnecessary is that this cultural resources report, which covers historic, which is, written as part of an EIR, is already being written for the planning department for part of the CEQA study. So the same report that, would come out of an EIR is being prepared by the city right now and should be ready to review in some number of weeks. I couldn't tell you exactly when. So, my request is that this motion be tabled until number one, you've had a chance to look at that report because it's going to be done, sooner than you might expect. And then also we have a chance to really present this full project. I mean, even Lisa describing, as she was the project, these are complicated issues. And so, so that's the request. And again, thanks a lot for even bringing this project to the board, and we'll look forward to presenting it in its full detail when the time is right.
Great, thank you. So go ahead.
Thank you. So Ben is correct in that it is with planning going through a stringent vetting process, right? So one of the supervisors at planning that I had the chance to speak with, she was saying how she had been talking to the environmental consultants to see if their sustainable project exemption is actually appropriate for the project. So Ben is right that, the reports that are going to be submitted to us, that are going to be coming out, are going to contain a lot of the information that we are going to have to, take a look at and decide, once we take a look at those, how to proceed and move forward. And we should put together a town hall meeting. I think that's a really great idea. I think that Ben and his group, he does have an amazing architect with the project, and just many people who are going to be able to explain this project in such detail, better than I can ever do justice in explaining this project, because it is complicating. It's huge. The project is big. Everything that goes along with it is also very big. So, wow, I wasn't expecting the whole table thing. Randy, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, just for the benefit of the new board members, It's a request being made by the representative of the project, but ultimately it is up to a board member to bring that motion forward, and then another board member will need to second it, and then we would vote on it. Or we take that comment and we say, great, and we still vote on it.
Point of order, Mr. President, it would require a 2/3 vote, I believe.
Yes.
To table a motion?
Well, to postpone to a certain time would require a second and a 2/3 vote.
Okay, I will, I don't think, okay. Richard Niederberg. You have your hand up.
Yeah, my questions are less to do with morality or the legality of it, or just more the physics. You are sitting on a stream bed, a very few feet from the LA River, and you've got 3 stories of underneath processing, and 94 feet above that. I'm a little concerned about the safety in that, or the extreme expense is to make it safe. We do not want to have a millennium project like they have in San Francisco. That is a lot of feet.
So respectfully, Richard, I want board comments right now, either A, because someone's making a motion, or B, because it's a comment relevant to the motion as it relates to the request for an EIR. I think that while your question is appropriate and understandable, it's not getting into the weeds right now about height, etc. I don't think is.
I thought you were getting into the area about the historical significance and all that kind of stuff.
You're muted somehow. You muted it midway through your comment. Still muted.
I hope I'll have an opportunity in the future to deal with the physics of the project and a 94-foot building on top of a 34-foot, a 3-story parking structure. And remember, it's all stream bed because the river was not always.
You absolutely will, Richard. Absolutely. You will have the opportunity to voice your thoughts in regard to that several times.
This is a very early.
Very early.
This is the first salvo of several. This is, again, this motion, to be clear, for anyone else who wishes to make a comment, we're, just to try to keep us on point. This is in reference that the Board of Studio City Neighborhood Council requests from the councilman that he requests a full EIR along with the historic resource report,
right,
and cultural resources. So, for, against, or table, whatever it may be, but let's try to keep board comments to that. Scott Mandel, go ahead.
Thanks, Randy. I just heard a lot about the size, scope, and complexity of this project, and even the motion is a bit complex in what it actually asks for and deals with. And I'm wondering, I think I heard during public comment mention of an ad hoc committee, and I think that would be great to get that formed as quickly as possible to give more information to all of us and dig really deep on all of this, because it sounds like I've been told a bunch of times. It's very complex, it's very big, and there's some issues here that are going to be difficult to digest. And it sounds perfect for an ad hoc committee to dig deep into this.
Yes, of course it does, and it will. Unfortunately and sadly, I do have a full-time job, so pardon me for not getting around to putting an ad hoc committee together in the past week, but I do plan on doing that. I have been compiling a list, and emails will go out soon. Thank you.
It wasn't a slight against you. It was
no, I didn't take it as that, but I'm just answering to your request.
Okay, any other board? Kim, please go ahead.
Lisa, do you see any problem with tabling this as far as timeline goes for getting such reports done in whatever time frame you think that we should have these? I mean, is Is getting this through now to get these reports important, or can we table this?
I'd rather not table it. I'd rather have the letter go to Councilman Krikorian requesting what we want him to request from the applicant. And should there be something along the way, like with their reports that come out, and all the information is there and it's satisfactory to the ad hoc committee, to the land use committee, to the neighborhood board right here, this body, then we can just say no need for an EIR. But at this point, I think we have to move forward with that because it's a fairly large building to demo and there are environmental impacts that go along with that. So, but you know, like I said, I think we should put together a town hall meeting as well, where it's just the applicant and their boards and all the neighbors that come out just to hear them speak and explain the project in greater detail so that everyone is on the same page.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other board comment? Okay, hearing seeing none, let's take it to a vote, please.
Okay, this would be for a not 10B. Kim Clements,
Agree.
Randall Freed,
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Lisa Karajian,
Yes.
Laura Corian,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Brandon Marino, yes. Richard Niederberg,
Yes.
Karen Sorrow,
Yes.
Adam Summer,
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
It's unanimous. And by the way, Randall, I was incorrect on that. That would be moving the previous question as 2/3 vote. Postponing is a majority, so my mistake.
No problem.
Now we all learn.
Moving right along. Thank you very much to land use.
Ben actually has his hand up, Randy,
Oh.
real quick. Sorry.
Does it? Sure, sure. Ben, go ahead.
All right. No, I just want to say thank you guys very much. I understand the concern and we'll be certainly talking more about this project and anything I can do to help organize that ad hoc committee or, you know, respond to these questions. Looking forward to it. Thanks a lot for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ben.
Bye, guys.
Brandon Marino, you're at bat.
My turn. What time is it? 11 o'clock?
Yes.
Fine. I'll wake everyone up here.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Brandon, I'm so
Go ahead.
sorry.
What?
Can I have 30 seconds? I just want to make the announcement before everyone signs off that
Okay.
Sunswept,
No one's signing off. Go ahead.
Sunswept Place will be on the land use agenda. They finally responded in November. They are going to attend. So to answer all of our questions. Thank you.
Okay, really quick, Randy, on 11A with the $2,500. We discussed. You discussed this in an email. Lana is here right now. What was your determination on this? I could talk about this, or must it really go through budget?
If you wanted, we would make a correction since it hasn't passed. Listen, so it's passed your committee. Normal order would perhaps be to bring it for it to pass through the budget committee before coming to us. That being said, given concerns about our of some, whether accurate or not, about hyperlinks, our website being a touch out of date, etc. I'm personally happy to move forward with this motion. You know, you can make this, it passed committee, but if you want to say that it's from you, and I'll happily second it, so we can kind of get this, you know, if we're going to allocate these funds, let's do it and get the ball moving that much sooner, because I think most of us would agree that our website needs you know, some work and overhaul and update sooner than later.
Very well. So we'll move forward on this. Okay. So this is about the website. I had a conversation with the Web Corner some time ago, a very long time ago actually, about the new SaaS system. It is, what's it called? Software as a Service. Let me read the motion really quick, and then we'll get into it. The board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves the adoption of the Web Corner's new SaaS system, which brings new features, selective admin access, operational flexibility, and cross-council module sharing to the SCNC website at the expense of a $2,500 one-time setup fee. This was approved unanimously by the outreach committee, and call-in user one is no longer here, so we can't talk about hyperlinks. Oh well. So we'll get on to this. The Web Corner just rolled out a little while ago, actually. We're a little late to the party. A lot of our neighbors, Tarzana, Sherman Oaks, Encino, they already have this, along with Venice and a bunch of others. And they've been using this SaaS system for quite some time now. Software as a service. Think of it like a new operating system of sorts. The old website can still run, but you really want the new system to unlock all the new features they're going to be offering. Mobile scaling. If you're looking at the SCNC website on a phone, it'll scale down to the size of the screen. The right-hand column that we can't touch right now, there's nothing we can do about it. We actually have to call Web Corner to have them make changes to the right-hand column. The right-hand column will now be fully controlled by the NC admin. We'll have opportunity to go in there and change it any way we want. There'll be a search feature where you can search a word that will scour the entire website. Say you're looking for an old document that has something to do with llamas. I don't know why you would, but you can type in llama and it would find the pages that have the word llama on it. Adding files. I have admin access and Randy has admin access, but there is quite a learning curve on how to actually put stuff onto the website. The new system they have is stupid simple. It's really very intuitive and anybody can do it, which leads me to the best part of this new website. And I'm not advocating for Web Corner. I'm just telling you exactly what Mr. Adams told me and showed me in the presentation. Individual committee chairs now will have access to their own pages. Think of it like websites within the website. Say Karen, or say Lana with budget, or or Luis. You would be able to have your own individual admin access that basically compartmentalizes you into that page only. You don't have access to the calendar. You don't have access to the front page. You have access to your individual page. Like Adele would have access to her sustainability page. And if she wants to put articles on there, flyers, whatever, she could. And she can send that link out to constituents who will have now access to that site. Instead of navigating through the entire homepage and working their way to sustainability, say sustainability will have their own website within the website, which I think is a pretty cool idea. Let's see. Agenda postings can now be automatically sent to specific people. You'll have a list where you place an agenda onto the website and it'll automatically send emails to this list, a dedicated list. It can be city officials, it can be residents, community leaders, whatever you'd like. It would be automatic. I would probably also use regular Gmail too, just to double up, but everything's automated here, which I really do like. The NC crowdsourcing is another something they're doing here, where let's say Venice Neighborhood Council, which is part of the system here. Let's say they want to create a module for polling, and they only want individuals who are subscribed to their email blasts to poll. I don't know if they can do that, but let's just say for the sake of argument, they want to do that. And the Web Corner creates a module, maybe on the sidebar, the right-hand column, that allows polling for specific questions. They build it for them. Once they build it for that neighborhood council, it's now available to every neighborhood council in the SaaS system. So if we want to do polling, that module will now be available free to us. So this is one of those systems that as they build it, as it grows, it's a living, breathing beast. As it expands, And as other neighborhood councils join in and they start building stuff, we'll have more tools to use. There'll be a SOP help guide for committee chairs to get the feel of the website, like a quick start guide, so to speak. Integration with Google Docs and Dropbox in the near future. And you can create different themes. If you don't like the look of your website, you can change the theme for it. The price on this, which is the sticky part, which is what I was mentioning earlier, is a $2,500 setup, though the monthly rate of about $200 a month will remain the same. The $2,500 setup applies to every neighborhood council that's rolling into the SAA system. Sherman Oaks paid it. Tarzana paid it. They basically take our entire site and move it to the new system, and they troubleshoot it. They see if everything's functioning, if the agendas are, there isn't bad gateways or bad codes, that the agendas are opening up, that the minutes are opening up, that everything's working, and hyperlinks are working. And I wish Call-in User 1 was here, because where the hyperlinks are right now on the resources page, I think it's the resources page if I'm not mistaken, I can't get into it and change it. You have to actually call Web Corner Gemma and have her change it for you. We have no access to that page. The new site, we have access to everything on that site. Every little bit of that new site, we can touch. Myself, Randall, Scott, if he gets admin access, we can go in there and change anything we want anytime we want. So the flexibility is there. It's the price of a $2,500 one-time setup fee. And I would suspect, since our current site has been around for some time, that this is a $2,500 setup fee that's going to not be an issue for quite some time. This new site will probably last about 4 or 5 years before something else comes around. You know, it's digital world, things move pretty quickly, but we don't have to pay it every single year. It's a one-time fee. So,
well, with that, I think, thank you. Just in light of time, we'll take public comment on agenda item 11A. Mark Ridley Puppet, go ahead for 1 minute.
Yeah. Yes, you'll have to give Goat Puppet his own access. I have some good ideas. I have some pretty pictures of Hitler and goats that we're going to put on this. Yes, we want to. Yes, it's time. Think of it. 1 million hits a month for your little NC. Goat Puppet could bring the action. And again, you see what good I do? How I defeated the demon Karajian just now? Yes. After the developer heard, he said, maybe I had to step back and see what happened today at the FBI. And finally, you need a link to Mac Jenkins, Chief, Corruption Bureau, United States Department of Justice. You need to put a little link there for that one, so you can turn over shit from time to time when you spot corruption. Yes, it's all corruption. It is. Yes. So that's it. Remember, Goat Puppet needs that accessibility. Go Brain!
Lana, go ahead.
Thanks so much. I believe that this is much needed upgrade, and I wholeheartedly support it, even though I am upset that I didn't get to vet it through the budget committee. I appreciate Brandon giving me a heads up with an email and the request, but the fact that he had so much detail and was able to know exactly and thoroughly what this money would be supporting. And thank you for taking that responsibility and taking it off our plate for now.
Great. Seeing no other public comment is closed on agenda item number 11A. Any board comment? Lisa Karajian.
I just think it's great, Brandon. The work that you've done to make this happen, 2,500 out of our budget is going to be so well spent. I think it's just wonderful. We've been trying to do this for years and years and years, and it's actually going to happen. And I'm so excited about it. Thank you so much.
Kim.
How does this cost compare to other web services that already are using or have been using SaaS and would, if we went to a new place and went in, we would have that cost, but what would their monthly cost be like? I mean, do you have any comparisons?
Can I respond to that?
Of course.
You're right. The cost probably would be cheaper if we went to Squarespace or something like that. It's the amount of information on our site and migrating the information from our site to a brand new site. Basically, $2,500 is basically a service fee for them to migrate the information from our site to a brand new platform and a brand new site. And if there's any problems, they fix it. If we're going to say a Squarespace or a Wix or something like that, it's on us. And hourly tech costs can add up in a hurry. So I think, the $2,500 probably when they're migrating our site, they might make a little bit of money, but if they're migrating a site, say like Sherman Oaks, where they have a ton of stuff, even voting records, they probably lost some money on that because it was so much to move over. So I think it's money well spent. Once they move it over, they troubleshoot it, they make sure it's all working, they get it right, and then we don't have to worry about it.
Great. Laura.
I'm a software engineer, and I know how this is working. I think they are offering a very fair price, and I'm sure it's gonna have a lot of features that we are not gonna use it. But still, I think it's a fair price, and our website really needs to be updated. That's it.
Thank you. And Scott.
Brandon, I love your enthusiasm. You woke me up. Thank you. Once we vote, how soon do I get my module?
Well, that depends on the budget being passed and Kim working with Mr. Adams, Robert Adams, not Richard Adams, and making sure everything's squared away. It'll take a little while, but once the new site is up, then it's a matter of getting the committee chairs admin access for their specific pages, and you can start building.
Great.
Okay, back to Kim.
I just wanted to let you know that I had a few questions. I thought I recalled in training that the city was going to be looking at sort of paring down vendors and consolidating, because there's so many across all of our neighborhood councils. But I inquired with the clerk on the subject, knowing this was coming up, and I didn't really get a response as to whether something could come down the pipe, because I was concerned about the money, going to waste if they were going to be switching vendors. It's something like forcing us to go with certain vendors. Anyways, I didn't get a great response as to whether something could be coming down the line. But I was told that I would need to share this with the city clerk's office, that it's possible they might need to look at the contract on the issue. They may need to give this a thumbs up, just to make you aware. It may take a little time.
But we'll get there. Any other board comments? Seeing no hands, let's take to a vote, please.
Okay, this is for agenda item 11A. Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
I'm going to have to scream a little louder, wake everybody up. Lisa Karajian. That's a nod. Okay, I get. Laura Karian.
Yes.
This is a financial matter, so she can't vote.
Oh, that's correct. My mistake.
Or not yet.
He's abstained. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Me, Brandon Marino. Yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yeah.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Abigail? Yes. Okay, motion passes.
Great. Motion 11B.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen for this one really quick, if I may. The motion reads this as follows. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves the utilization of satellite posting, which satellites postings, mouths of meal here, which are intended to reach out and engage stakeholders where they congregate most. Every effort will be made to avoid postings both within venues, having business with the board in the past 3 months, and their immediate surroundings. So let me share this for you. If you haven't been to one of the outreach meetings, this is what I'm talking about right here. This is what we discussed at the last outreach meeting. The idea here is, let's all be honest. Our Brown Act required public postings are at the gates of CBS Radford and CBS Colfax. Nobody walks by them unless you work at CBS. Even farmers market people on Sunday walk on the other side of the street. We don't walk by that glass case. So even though we're posting those glass cases, not a lot of people are actually seeing these agendas. This idea is to actually take something like this, and go out to the public and go out to the constituents, out to the stakeholders, cafes, restaurants, salons, markets, libraries, wherever our stakeholders are, we're going to bring this to them. Now, we went through NCAD. I hate calling it NCAD. It sounds like they're 3D modeling of my ideas, but that's the Neighborhood Council Advisory Division of the City Attorney's Office, as well as Gibson. And as long as we're not talking about specific agenda items, it's okay. This is a very general thing. Most of our meetings happen in the first 2 weeks of the month. Of course, the board meeting is week 3. That's a standalone. So we're only really putting out these satellite postings for the first 2 weeks of the month. We all have places in Studio City we frequent all the time. Be very easy to go up to the owner and say, hey, can we post something here? On your cork board or on your window. And then people who frequent these establishments will see something like this. And I said this when I was a candidate for the residential renters. I didn't know this neighborhood council existed until February, when I got the something in the mail saying, "Hey, run in the elections." I had no idea it existed. And if I have no idea it existed, a lot of people in Studio City also don't know we exist. This goes out to them, to the places they frequent all the time. It's right in front of them. There's a QR code right there. They can scan with their smartphone. It'll take them straight to the neighborhood council website. And once it's in their mind, once they know we exist, then we can go on to another location the following month. We don't have to do the same location 2 months in a row, because the regulars have already seen it. And we can go through all these different venues throughout Studio City and get the regulars of those venues engaged in Studio City neighborhood council committees, like land use, like sustainability, like public safety. And then eventually they will give some input, join us for the board meetings, in theory, and be a part of the process. So that is the satellite posting concept that I am proposing for you. Comments?
I like it.
So first we have public comment on agenda item 11B. So we have Mark Ridley Puppet for 1 minute.
Yeah, we talked about that QR code shit. Yeah, that was everybody said that was brilliant. I forgot who it was. Yes. So Goat Puppet supports it, but we also want to put it in a few more places. Pot shops. There's a good place to put it. Yes. Starbucks. See, this is where people go to get caffeine and get high. We can bring a whole new level of public participation out here. Just look at it. You have to get your high on to stay up at 11:30 at night after you've been up 16 straight hours. 17. Oh, I'm sorry, human. 17 hours. I'm a goat. I only have to sleep 3 hours a day. And the rest of the day, I'm eating vegetation. Yes, pass it with the QR code. Yes. To Mac Jenkins as well at the FBI office.
Okay, any board comment, or can we bring this to a vote? Hearing, seeing none, let's bring it to a vote.
All right. This is for 11B. Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed,
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick,
Yes.
Julie Houlihan,
Yes.
Lisa Karajian,
Yes.
Laura Corian,
Yes.
Scott Mandel,
Yes.
Brandon Marino, yes. Richard Niederberg,
Yes.
Karen Sorrow,
Yes.
Adam Summer,
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. Next.
Alright. This is now going to be C. C is the motion. I'm getting a little punch drunk here. I'm tired. The Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council approves the adoption of a multi-platform social media posting plan of action that will intensely focus on necessary information about public services, Studio City history, and SCNC events, utilizing graphics and colors to engage stakeholders in a politically neutral manner and encourage the online sharing of the posts. This multi-platform plan is in line with the proposed digital communications policy set forth by the Board of Neighborhood Commissioners. The idea here is that if you have not read the digital communications policy, some people think it's good, some people think it's bad. I don't have a viewpoint. I just read it and I follow it. I'm going to share my screen one more time and show you what was shown during outreach. This is what we have in mind. This would be for Facebook, it'd be for Instagram, Twitter, probably not Nextdoor. I don't want anything to do with Nextdoor. But the idea here is we as it's been said time and time again at this meeting, we're an advisory body. We don't advocate anything. We're advisors. So what this digital communication policy is trying to do is kind of rein in the neighborhood councils just a little bit. It took long enough for them to actually come up with one. Social media has been around for quite a while. So what we're going to try to do is going to try to get ahead of it a little bit. And the policy here, and I was listening to Adele's sustainability committee, and someone was talking about what if you have, say, an injured wild animal like a raccoon or a squirrel? Who do you call? You can't take it to a vet. They won't accept it. Well, something like that could be a post for our social media. Information, like the one with the homeless individual. I just put some copy in there because I didn't want to put any specific information. Historical intel, example 2, about Fire Station 78 being one of the first racially integrated firehouses in the city of Los Angeles. Example 3 is about our committee meetings. And 4 is general information, like before you dig in your backyard, find out where all the gas lines are. There's a specific phone number you can call. My LA 311 for picking up furniture, discarded furniture. They'll pick it up. It's part of your DWP bill. It's all this information that can be utilized for our stakeholders on our social media platforms that will be in line with the digital communications policy and also be shared, retweeted, shared, tagged other people. It'll propagate throughout social media, hopefully, and will generate more interest in the neighborhood council. So that is 11C I'm proposing. Comments?
Okay, we'll do public comment. Mark Ridley Puppet. Go ahead for 1 minute.
Yes, and the goat puppet always talks at the Board of Neighborhood Commissioner meeting. Even though my mommy Beltran's there, I'm shitting all over the digital policy. I'm working on defeating it. It's a piece of shit, invented by the done pieces of shit, to quote caller user number 1. Too bad he's not here. He can more elaborate. But it looks like you're giving in to the fascists. Resist the fascists. Resist Hitler and resist Karjakian and resist developers. Don't pass this. Resist it, and then you will be free. Give in to it, and you will be in hell, along with Paul Martin Krikorian and his suspended bar license, which you could put a link to see if it ever gets cleared. Right now it says ineligible to practice, suspended twice. and he hires our outside counsel firms. Does that sound
That's
like
time.
an FBI case to me?
Do we have any board comment, or can we bring this to a vote? Great, call the roll.
Okay. This is for 11C. Kim Clements,
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
We're all getting tired. Everyone's voice is changing. Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes, it looks great.
Thank you. Laura Corian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Marino, yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yeah.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. So just want to point out, we're coming to public safety, and I'll leave it to Scott what he wants to do. The city council passed all of these motions regarding 4118, and except for two members of the LA City Council, Mike Bonin and Nithya Raman, but the rest of the council voted in favor of the designations. So I leave it up to you, Scott, if you want us to be on the record. Nevertheless, as Barry Johnson mentioned, the city council from time to time can and does come back to and reopens city council files when they're making a change or an update, and especially when there are things like this that are a bit more controversial. So I leave it up to you, but go ahead.
Can we put the three 4118s on a block, and I'll read through them quickly? The reason I'd like to weigh in on them is because this is going to be the first of what I think will be many, and I'd like to just get our support, which I hope it will be, for Paul Krikorian to continue in the manner which he is with the first three that he just did, along with
Okay, so that's reference. The three you want to vote as a block is 12.
We can do them all as we can do them all as a block if you want. You just
That's up to you. That's up to you.
I'll do them all as a block.
So you want to make a motion for that?
Anyway, yeah, I motion we do them all as a block. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Second by
So
Kim.
do we have to get public comment then on this?
We do. We do have to get public comment.
And I'll read through them quickly.
So first, it's on this motion. Mark Ridley Puppet, go ahead for 1 minute.
No, let's take them separate. This is historic. Wait till Ruthless Ruth hears about this. She's not going to like it at all, as well as all the other homeless advocates. Yes, this is the first time that useless council member has done anything right in his life. No, he did one thing right before. Oh yes, he married the pharmacist wife that bailed him out of his ineffective law practice and got him in politics. But they're going to prevent camping essentially almost everywhere possible. Imagine you can go to the park and not have to see someone stooping over and taking a shit. And I'm not talking about a dog. I'm talking about one of you humans. I don't understand why you do that. I thought you used bathrooms. Well, not when you're on drugs. Oh, I see. So I make a motion, all separate. And thank you to the great Paul Krikorian for cleaning our streets. Sellout. Yes, I'm a sellout. I'm a goat.
It's time.
Okay. Let's hold on 1 second. We have public comment by phone number ending in 713. Go ahead.
Are you guys serious? This isn't banning camping, it's banning existence in public. This is privatizing public space. It's not funny, it's not cute, it's not okay. I'm not an advocate, by the way. I'm a homeless person. Okay, I live outside in public. This is criminalizing people. This is banishment. This is not like, I don't understand how anyone thinks it's okay. Mark Ridley Thomas, who wrote the motion that ended up being passed about 4118, He's indicted on 20 counts of corruption right now. I don't think we should be enforcing and spending $4 million on signs to do it. Like, that's ridiculous. We could be spending $4 million on signs saying the speed limits, right? Like somebody was talking about earlier. That would actually save lives. This is not saving lives. This is putting people out of reach of outreach efforts that give them vaccines and help them get housed. You know, this is fucking with the people that have the least. It's taking away from them what little they have. Fuck you all.
Wow.
Okay, seeing no other public comment, so we'll take a vote on the motion to vote on these as a block. Go ahead, Brandon.
Okay. Question, is this for all of them or just the last three?
I think he said all of them, Scott.
We can do them all.
Okay.
I hope.
Okay, so this will be a consent agenda vote for every motion under public safety. To be voted as a block. Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Laura Corian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Marino, yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yeah.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco.
She dropped off.
Okay. Well, it passes. The motion passes for consent agenda.
Great, let's read the motions and then we can see if there's public comment and then we'll vote.
Okay, here we go. 12A motion, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 21-0975, illegal street racing, reckless driving, exhibition, spectator gathering, promotion, facilitation, period. Illegal street racing is a danger to all pedestrians, cyclists, drivers, and even persons inside their homes. We support the city attorney being requested to report on the feasibility of enacting an ordinance to make it unlawful to knowingly encourage, promote, instigate, assist, facilitate, aid, or abet the gathering of persons as spectators at a street race or reckless driving exhibition modeled after the ordinance recently adopted by the city of San Jose. This motion is be submitted as a community impact statement to the file number I just mentioned. 12B, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 21-0869, which will bring welcome improvements to the LAPD online experience, as well as streamlining and improving the process for new and existing neighborhood watch programs. Crime and public safety are of great concern to the stakeholders of Studio City, and upgrades to the LAPD website will help to improve community public safety. This motion is to be submitted, also be submitted as a community impact statement to Council File 21-0869. Next, C. The board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 21-4118-S4, titled Designation of Prohibited Locations, Council District 2, Los Angeles Municipal Code, Section 41.1821-0929. The LA City Council passed and the mayor signed revisions to Los Angeles Municipal Code, Sections 4118C, 1, and D. As per the ordinance, council members are responsible for designating locations where encampments and other associated activities are to be prohibited within 500 feet. We support council member Krikorian's designation of Moore Park Avenue between Elmer Avenue and Bellflower Street underpass, as well as 3 other locations outside of Studio City, but within CD2, as prohibited locations. This motion is to be submitted as a community impact statement, that same council file. D, the board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 21-4118-S5, titled Designation of Prohibited Locations, Los Angeles Municipal Code, Section 41.18, Council District 2. The LA City Council passed and the mayor signed revisions to the Los Angeles Municipal Code, Section 41.C, 1 and D. As per the ordinance, council members are responsible for the designation of locations in their district as prohibited locations where encampments and other associated activities are to be prohibited within 500 feet. We support council member Krikorian's designation of the various parks and schools listed in the council file as prohibited locations. Although not in Studio City proper, these facilities are available to and used by the stakeholders of Studio City. Having public parks and schools designated as prohibited use is necessary to ensure that these public spaces are safe, clean, and available to all of the public. We encourage Council Member Krikorian to continue with his prohibited use designations in CD2 in accordance with LAMC sections 4118C, 1, and D. This motion is to be submitted as a community impact statement to the council file I previously mentioned. E, the Board of the Studio City Neighborhood Council supports Council File 21-4118S6, title Los Angeles Municipal Code, Section 41.18, Designation of Prohibited Locations, Council District 2. The LA City Council passed and the mayor signed revisions to Los Angeles Municipal Code, Section 41.18, C, 1, and D. As per the ordinance, council members are responsible for designating locations where encampments and other associated activities are to be prohibited within 500 feet. We support council member Krikorian's designation of the various tiny home villages, navigation centers, bridge homes, and designated facility shelters as prohibited locations. Although not in Studio City proper, these facilities are available and are utilized by the unhoused of Studio City. Having these locations designated as prohibited use will help eliminate one of the negative effects these facilities can bring to the local community, mainly an influx of encampments, often just a few feet away. This will encourage the construction of similar facilities for the unhoused in CD2 and other districts, and help bring the unhoused indoors. This motion is also to be submitted as a community impact statement to the previous file I just mentioned. Okay. You guys got all that? Public comment now, Randy?
Yes, public comment. Mark Ridley Pepper, go ahead for 1 minute.
Yes, overall a good package of legislation, but you can't prevent street racing. Not viewing street racing, that's a protected activity. You're allowed to observe humans doing stupid shit. You can't stop it, but you can prevent participation. What do you think about the anti-camping? Oh, that was Mr. Krikorian, a fine man, a great council member. Yes, we always support what he does. Yeah, right. That's right. Studio City's going to be real clean real soon. Pretty parks, Ventura Boulevard, underpasses, nice and clean and power washed. It's the dream of the whole board. Yes, and thank you. When we got rid of that parasite, what's her name? And she went back to Baltimore. Look at all the good we've been able to do. That's right. It was all Jessica Fulgate's problem. Now that she's gone, now we're moving forward to fix the problem.
That's time.
Yeah.
And phone number ending in 713, go ahead.
Forty-one 18D has been a law before. The most arrested woman in Los Angeles, Ann Moody, she's a grandmother who's Black, and she lives in Skid Row, and she's been arrested more than 100 times on 41 18D. She's not a gang member or drug dealer. She is just a woman who is existing on a sidewalk. And the fact that she spent 15 months out of 15 months out of the total of 6 years in jail. She was arrested over 100 times. She lost everything she owned every time she was arrested. All the money in her pocket, her tent, all of her possessions. This is what 4118D enforcement looks like. My significant other is an Indigenous person, and you're trying to ban him from parks. I was a homeless child. You're trying to ban homelessness around schools. I would have had to drop out. Like, you don't understand what you're doing to people when you ban them from existing places. Don't take away stuff from people who don't have anything. Fix your own problems. Fix the traffic sets and whatever you're talking about earlier. You know, stop trying to take away people's right to exist in public. You're privatizing public space. Now,
Your time has expired. Any board comment? Okay, let's take it to a vote. Oh, sorry, Jeff Hartwick.
Yeah, just real quick, 4118's been used to help disabled folks be able to navigate our sidewalks again. So women can push their strollers with their children again on the sidewalks. So we can all use the public sidewalk. So it's not criminalizing homelessness. It's actually making things available to all of us. So I strongly support these measures. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, let's take it to a vote.
All right, this is a block vote for all public safety motions under 12. Kim Clements.
Yes.
Randall Freed.
Yes.
Jeff Hartwick.
Yes.
Julie Houlihan.
Yes.
Louder. Lisa Karagian.
Yes.
Laura Corian.
Yes.
Scott Mandel.
Yes.
Brandon Marino, yes. Richard Niederberg.
Yes.
Karen Sorrow.
Yes.
Adam Summer.
Yes.
Abigail Velasco. Oh, she dropped out. Motion passes.
Thank you.
The block vote passes.
Okay, everyone. And as it relates to the last motion, which is by the Sustainability Committee, Adele Slaughter who was on briefly in the beginning, is not here because unfortunately she has COVID. So we wish her a healthy and speedy recovery. And she had mentioned to me just before our meeting that it was okay to table her motion. So in light of her not being here, at being 15 minutes to midnight, we are going to table that motion. We will pick it up next month. Next month, just so everyone knows, Scott Mandel will be leading the charge, if you will, because I will be out of the country. Thank you very much for everyone. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for all your hard work. It's great to see all of you. Anyone doing socially distanced coffee or just a coffee, I'd love to see you in person. So thank you guys. Have a great night. And this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you. Good night.